Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The mother of a Byron woman who fatally shot her 4 daughters and herself in February filed a wrongful death lawsuit Monday in Wyoming's federal court. Cowboy State Daily's Clair McFarland reports that Rhonda Copland, mother of Tranielle Harshman, filed a civil lawsuit against Cody-based Sage Psychiatry Services, LLC, and against advanced practice registered nurse Krista Blau on claims that Blau sent Harshman home with ketamine.
Ketamine is a dissociative drug that can carry risks of hallucinations and other issues. The lawsuit alleges that the standard of care is to do this in a medically controlled environment, to take this drug and work through your issues while someone is supervising you or you're someplace safe. But of course, Tranielle Harshman reportedly was taking the drug at home and then shot her 4 daughters and herself. The toxicology report did find it in her system following her autopsy. And according to her mother's lawsuit, she believes that this was not the safe or best way to prescribe and to send her with it. And she believes that it's a cause of Tranielle's death and the little girl's deaths.
Harshman, who was 32, shot her 4 young daughters, called 911, then turned the gun on herself February 10th in her home in Byron. Concerns about a cross-dressing custodian at Crest Hill Elementary School in Casper came to a head Monday during a meeting of the Natrona County School District 1 Board of Trustees. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports there were calls for resignations, a state legislator was escorted from the microphone, and an apology was issued as well.
There was an apology by the board member, but the board chair also called out the state representative who initially spoke to the board 2 weeks ago. And the board chair basically said that the state rep did not reflect the situation correctly. The state rep tried to correct that, and police showed up at the table where she sat trying to correct the board chair, and she was escorted away from the table.
Even after Vice Chair Dana Howie apologized and explained her social media post related to an elementary school parent's concerns about the custodian, Board Chair Kevin Christopherson complained about internet and media misinformation and urged people to avoid them and get recentered. Natrona County Schools still contend the custodian isn't breaking any laws. Yellowstone National Park is Wyoming's top tourist destination, but it's also a mostly pristine habitat for wild animals. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that means visitors will often see nature play out in all of its glory and tragedy.
It's just one of those incidents that so awesomely reminds everybody that Yellowstone National Park, it's a tourist trap in its own way, but it's also a natural environment. It's where bad things happen for no real reason. In this case, a elk got stuck in a muddy pond, couldn't get itself out. It could have been there for days, suffering a slow, agonizing death. The National Park Service made the decision to intervene by euthanizing the elk, and then a bunch of bears saw it as an opportunity, and they became a combative carcass for them. So they were fighting over that as they're trying to get nutrients for the winter.
The scene unfolded at a spot called No Moose Pond in the eastern half of Yellowstone. Park rangers say there's no way to save an elk in that situation because it would be dangerous not only for the people, but also for the animal. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Now the debate over whether to pass more stringent restrictions on noisy vehicles in Cheyenne is finished. The focus shifts to how to enforce the city's controversial new ordinance. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that residents aired their opinions before the Cheyenne City Council on the new ordinance. How exactly can the police department enforce an excessive sound law?
Presumably, police are going to be using some sort of technology to measure the decibels, although this wasn't included in the ordinance. It will probably be left up to the Cheyenne Police Department.
Residents argued the ordinance could negatively impact car and motorcycle enthusiasts who modify the sound of their engines. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newspaper button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday. Here's stories we're going to cover today. We're going to take a look at UW football, sports in general. But the Pokes are off this week for football. Still, we'll talk to Jared Petrino about the beginning of the volleyball season. Basketball right around the corner. And the rodeo team is kicking butt, as usual, in Laramie. Today's top stories: Clair McFarland has one about the mother of the Byron woman, the mom who killed her kids and then herself. Her mother is suing over the prescription of ketamine. Wrongful death lawsuit. We'll take a close look at that. I figured this would be a contentious school board meeting. I mean, these days, what school board meeting isn't contentious? Dale Killingbeck headed to the Casper meeting, and yeah, it boiled over. A debate over the cross-dressing custodian. I figured it would be fireworks. It was. Police had to be involved. It got wild. A grizzly bear. Nothing attracts Grizz in the fall like a dead elk, a dead bull elk. And Yellowstone scene played out the other day. A bull elk stuck in the mud, dying slowly, and the bears just licking their chops to get at it. There was all kinds of grizzly bear fights over this elk. Yeah, we're going to look at that story. Triangle Sea Ranch is for sale again. That's the ranch just outside of DuBois, up there on Togety Pass. Beautiful ranch. Not the kind of property I don't think that would attract a millionaire, billionaire dude who wants to put his mansion there. I think the property is really best suited to be what it is, a dude ranch for nearly 100 years. And there's a reason. It's perfectly set up to be a dude ranch. So you got to want to do that. You got to be in the biz. That's for sale for shade under $5 million. The FBI Director Kash Patel said maybe it's time for drones on Indian reservations, tribal lands. He didn't mention which ones, but drone surveillance could help with the drug cartels that have really taken a hold on tribal lands in Wyoming and throughout the American West. Fans mourn a popular Yellowstone wolf that was killed legally by a Montana hunter. This is what happens when you get too terribly emotionally invested in wildlife. Wolf 1479, cherished. And one woman in tears over the loss of this wolf, killed in a legal hunt. It's tough when you become attached to wildlife. I don't advise it, but it's hard if you're out there watching wildlife on a regular basis, like this woman. She knew the characteristics and the behavior of this one female wolf. She recognized it whenever she saw it and was saddened to hear that it had been harvested in the latest wolf hunt. Cheyenne police release a little more info about that shooting at King Soopers. They said that was a culmination of road rage that just ended up in the parking lot of King Soopers. A 19-year-old and his friends took exception with another man and some kind of driving problem. They all met at the parking lot, and the 19-year-old teenager shot dead. The shooter, the believed shooter, surrendered to police, admitted it was him, but no arrests have been made. Investigation continues. No ID on the 19-year-old victim. Justified shooting, it appears, if there's no arrest, but that's all we're hearing from Cheyenne Police Department, Cheyenne PD, not saying much more. Laramie County Coroner not giving an ID on the victim. Remember when the Western Thunder, the University of Wyoming College band, marching band, was denied a Denver Bronco performance earlier this year because of the thunderstorm that popped up at halftime? We figured Denver would make good, and they did. The Broncos have invited the band back to perform at halftime next year. This year's games, this year's halftime shows are all committed. That's the best they could do, would say, come back to Empower Field next year at Mile High. And the seniors who will graduate and not be able to come back and perform, the seniors were given tickets to an upcoming October 19th game against the New York Giants. They'll get round-trip transportation and free tickets to see the game. So, yeah, Denver Broncos did what they could to make that right, and that was pretty neat to see. We'll be following these stories. We got special guests coming on. Of course, Jared Petrino. It's a Wednesday, so we'll talk UW sports. We have, drum roll, please, C.J. Box, New York Times bestselling author C.J. Box will be with us later. Talk all things Joel Pickett series. C.J., one of my favorite writers, one of your favorite writers. There's his, every one of his Joel Pickett books right there, C.J. Box. So, yeah, excited to have him on the show. A lot going to be happening today. First, we'll start with a weather forecast. Can't do anything without knowing the weather, right? Casper, a little bit foggy in the morning, otherwise sunny, 72. Landers, sunshine, 73, the high. Evanston, upper 60s with plenty of sun. Rock Springs, you'll burn off some morning fog and generally get to sunshine, 68 the high. Pinedale, fog in the morning, sunny afternoon, 68 the high. Afton, maybe some morning fog, 73 and sunny eventually. DuBois, sunny, 70. Jackson, fog in the morning. And then sunshine in 73 today. Thermopolis, sunshine, 77. Cody, sunny and 77 as well. And just to complete the trifecta, Buffalo, sunny, 77. 82 in Sheridan with abundant sunshine, sunny and 77 in Gillette. Newcastle, plenty of sunshine, high 74. High 76 in Torrington, under sunny skies. Douglas, sunny, 74. In the state capital, Cheyenne, you'll top out around 67 degrees with sunshine. Laramie, a freeze warning right up until 10 a.m., but eventually The mercury will creep up to 63. Freeze warning in Rawlins this morning as well, but 66 the expected high once you get rolling with that sunshine. Should we dig right into one of the morning's stories? How about the Broncos extending an invite to the University of Wyoming's marching band seniors? It's pretty cool. Justin George with the story. Lightning canceled the big halftime performance earlier this month. The Denver Broncos making good, offering VIP game day invitations, promises of a future show. The VIP tickets come with a lot of swag, some helmets and jerseys. If you look on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, you can see the photos. I'll share them here on our video product. Patrick Surtain's jersey. Yeah, some swag going out to the seniors. Western Thunder printed on the back of the orange Bronco uniforms. That's pretty neat. What a good job by the Denver Broncos to acknowledge that was going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity for the seniors of the Western Thunder marching band, famed marching band. Didn't get a chance to perform at that game where the halftime show was canceled by lightning. And yesterday, the Broncos reached out to the seniors at UW Western Thunder Marching Band, said, hey, why don't you come to this October 19th game against the Giants? Broncos will for sure win that game. And in the email, they also sent the director of the Western Thunder Marching Band, Joseph Carver, explaining that all the halftime performance slots this season already booked, but the Broncos plan to reschedule the band for sometime next year. They're going to work something out. So we will see Western Thunder at Mile High in Denver at some point next year. But yeah, back on September 7th, that thunderstorm just wiped out their performance, couldn't get it done. But in the end, all's well in the end. Good story from Justin George, who explained more with it to, I want to say Wendy Core, but I think Mac is on the job now. Here's Mac and Justin talking about the story.
2.5 weeks after the University of Wyoming's marching band had its big moment at Empower Field at Mile High canceled by lightning, the Denver Broncos are extending a new invitation to the band's seniors. It won't, however, involve performing. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that on Tuesday, the Broncos invited the seniors from the UW Western Thunder Marching Band to attend the October 19th game against the New York Football Giants as their special guests.
It turned out Broncos have all their halftimes booked already, as you would expect, many NFL teams too. So that was not a possibility. The Broncos sent the band director a email that said, one, we are going to invite you back to perform next season. We just don't have any spots now. But then for the graduating seniors, they're not going to be able to do it. So what the Broncos did is they invited all the seniors in the band to the Giants game on October 19th, gave them tickets, and will provide transportation. So they'll get a free, all expenses paid trip and ticket to the Broncos game.
Joseph Carver, director of the Western Thunder Marching Band, said the Broncos have gone out of their way to make students feel special.
Yeah, that's good news. Thank you to the Donkeys for doing that. I'm not a big Broncos fan, but that was pretty nice of them to welcome back Western Thunder to put up the seniors for a show. That's the best they can do, and the seniors can at least say they saw the Broncos whoop up on the Giants. Our lead story, top story of the day, has got to be this surprise. Can't say I saw this coming. Clair McFarland's story about the mother of the Byron mom who killed her kids, then herself, suing over the ketamine medication that the mother was on. I think Back when this happened, the whole community, the whole state was shocked. I mean, something like this happens once a generation, if then. It's just horrible. The mother, taking you back to the story, the Byron woman, Tranielle Harshman, mother of the kids, shot her kids, 4 daughters, and herself back in February. Harshman was 32 years old at the time, suffering from PTSD from some kind of family trauma, an event that hasn't been fleshed out really. The husband told Cowboy State Daily his wife had been suffering from depression, postpartum depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder after suffering a traumatic incident at the hands of someone outside their family. And I can't remember if that was well discussed or not, but something happened, and that a bunch of things happened to set off Tranielle Harshman, who just wasn't dealing with things very well. She sought some kind of medical help from the Cody-based Sage Psychiatry Services. They prescribed clonazepam, an anti-anxiety drug, and ketamine, which is a little bit more controversial. Ketamine became known and somewhat popularized by its use, and an advocate for the drug is Elon Musk, who's been open about his using the drug regularly. Ketamine has been used successfully on the battlefield in military injuries because it has the ability to separate the user's awareness from their situation, which is, I guess, kind of good if you're talking about somebody who's suffering from depression, to lift you up out of the depression. On the battlefield, it's been successfully used to basically help a victim be unaware that maybe they've lost a leg or they're suffering from tremendous pain, yet it keeps you highly functional, apparently, ketamine. It's not like a drug that really knocks you out bad and makes you lethargic. You're still aware. You're still whatever, functional, despite your circumstances. So it may be a drug that's worthwhile, but its prescription is usually done with, pretty close supervision. And in this case, the mother of Tranielle says that Sage Psychiatry prescribed ketamine and really didn't supervise it very well. They sent Harshman home. They sent her daughter home with ketamine. Said, "Here you go, take it." Rhonda Copeland, the mother of Tranielle Harshman, filed a civil lawsuit against Cody-based Sage Psychiatry and against advanced practice registered nurse Krista Blau on claims that Blau sent Harshman home with a ketamine. Harshman then would shoot her 4 daughters, Braylee Blackmere, Brooke Harshman, Jordan Harshman, all died at home. Olivia Blackmer was rushed to the hospital, remained alive for a few days, but did not survive. All 4 killed, along with the mother who took her own life. The husband, once again, told Cowboy State Daily his wife was suffering from all kinds of depression. The 5-person fatality shook Wyoming for sure. And now we see lawsuit claims. Copeland's lawsuit complaint filed by Sean Olson and Allison Pritchard of Olson Personal Injury Lawyers links the tragedy to Harshman's psychiatry clinic to Blau. Blau knew of Harshman's PTSD, this statement says, and postpartum depression, and administered ketamine. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic with known risks of hallucinations, psychosis, and detachment from reality, especially in unsupervised or outpatient settings, the document went on to explain. Clair McFarland talked more with our own Mac about
the mother of the Byron woman who fatally shot her 4 daughters and herself in February filed a wrongful death lawsuit Monday in Wyoming's federal court. Cowboy State Daily's Clair McFarland reports that Rhonda Copeland, mother of Tranielle Harshman, filed a civil lawsuit against Cody-based Sage Psychiatry Services, LLC, and against advanced practice registered nurse Krista Blau on claims that Blau sent Harshman home with ketamine.
Ketamine is a dissociative drug that can carry risks of hallucinations and other issues. The lawsuit alleges that the standard of care is to do this in a medically controlled environment, to take this drug and work through your issues while someone is supervising you or you're someplace safe. But of course, Tranielle Harshman reportedly was taking the drug at home and then shot her 4 daughters and herself. The toxicology report did find it in her system following her autopsy. And according to her mother's lawsuit, she believes that this was not the safe or best way to prescribe and to send her with it. And she believes that it's a cause of Tranielle's death and the little girl's deaths.
Harshman, who was 32 years old at the time, shot her 4 young daughters, called 911, then turned the gun on herself on February 10th in her home in Byron.
Yeah, and that tragic incident brings up really an old question of whether drugs or alcohol can alter your behavior to the degree you'll do something that is not truly inherently you. It's been discussed through the ages, and I don't know if there'll ever be agreement on it. If you get blackout drunk and become aggressive and get in fights, is that really you? Are you an angry person? Does the alcohol just amplify stuff that's already in you, you know? Or, you know, with the drug situation, can a drug really influence you to shoot your 4 kids? What kind of drug could bring that on unless something was already in you, some dark place, or as ketamine is the characteristic of the drug is known to do, it's a dissociative drug. You don't think you're you, I would imagine. Again, I'm just wildly speculating on what it might be to be under the influence of ketamine. The drug is supposed to disassociate you from yourself. So maybe you don't think that's you behaving in the way you're behaving. It's crazy interesting. There was, we had a guest on who wrote the book, August Sweeney. I have it back here as well somewhere. On a very similar case. We'll have to have him back on. He followed a case very similar where a man was prescribed ketamine and did horrific things that were not in his nature at all. In fact, his wife went on to defend him at the trial. His wife said, that's not him. That drug did it to him. That August Sweeney case. Yeah, that was really interesting. We got to have that author back on because that's inherently the question. Can a drug, some kind of medication, influence you to do things that are out of your character, completely not you? I don't know. Let's take a break. Here, our first break of the morning. Cowboy State Daily Show will be right back after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Clair McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, we're back in studio. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. What's going on out there? Here's what's going on for us. Cowboy State Daily News at CowboyStateDaily.com. Once again, CJ Box coming up later today. Special guest Jared Petrino will be on to talk UW sports. And we're also going to check in with the 12th annual Wyoming Global Technologies Summit. That's going on next month in Jackson Hole in Teton Village, actually. John Tempty will be on the show to talk about that. Well, I figured this school board meeting would be trouble. I get concern over a man who wears women's clothes. It's unusual. It's odd. It's atypical. But is it illegal? No. Yeah, there's this debate over this custodian, cross-dressing custodian at Casper Elementary. has reached a fevered pitch, boiled over at Monday's Natrona County School Board meeting. Many attended to talk specifically about this and only this. Cross-dressing custodian. Last year when the elementary school, and that is one issue that was brought up, that this is not a custodian at a high school. Maybe your average 16, 17-year-old is more able to handle the idea that a man is wearing a dress. And, you know, if you're an enlightened 17-year-old of the day, you think, well, that's you do you. That's I got no problem with that. But if you're 7 years old and a man is wearing a dress, that's disturbing, confusing, especially if you knew him last year, and last year apparently that wasn't the case, and then all of a sudden this year the same custodian you knew last year as a man is suddenly dressing like a woman, talking like a woman in an affected, higher pitched voice, and is correcting you when you say, well, have a great day, Mr. White. And I'm just making up the name. I don't know this person's name. And he says, oh, it's Ms. White. Yeah, that's for a 7, 8, 9-year-old. That's like, what the? And of course, they're going home to mom and dad. They're like, yeah, the janitor is, I'm not sure what's going on there. Or maybe not. Maybe most of those kids can brush it off as just life. I don't know, but it makes for a real touchy situation. At least one parent voiced concern, along with a state lawmaker who voiced concern. And they said, things like, is it appropriate for a cross-dressing custodian to be at the elementary school? And then we get into the whole, which bathroom does he or she use? And that starts getting deep into the weeds. Obviously, we've just had new state legislation passed that identifies gender-appropriate bathrooms. That's getting a little far into it. I don't care where the guy goes to the bathroom. Honestly, I would imagine he or she is going to the teacher's lounge bathroom, or somewhere where the kids don't go. But at any rate, it does bring up questions, and it does bring up concerns for parents who say, I don't want my first grader, second grader having to deal with complex issues like a man wearing women's clothes. It's weird, and my kid I just don't want it. It's going on at Crest Hill Elementary School. And things came to a head at the meeting of the Natrona County School District Board of Trustees meeting. 2 local residents called for the resignation of the board's vice chair for a social media post about a parent. I'm already confused by this story. I don't know what the social media post was. Vice Chair Dana Howie apologized, explained her social media post related to an elementary school parent's concerns about the custodian. So, here's one lesson to learn, adults. You're supposed to be the adult in the room. And if we're going to go on a witch hunt about the janitor and what kind of clothes the janitor wants to wear, before we start chucking those rocks, let's make sure we don't live in a glass house. Is that the correct metaphor? I'm not sure. But why are you posting on social media? If you have an elected position, if somebody entrusted you to do some job and voted for you to do it, you should not have a Facebook page where you spout off your opinion. I mean, just take it down. if you're an elected, whether you're the governor of the Wyoming or the treasurer or even a vice chair of the Natrona County District 1 School Board, just don't post stuff. That's how all the trouble starts. Why do we need to know what you think about? So the social media post, which I don't know what it was, it concerned one parent's concern for having the cross-dressing custodian. Dana Howie posted something, then apologized for it, and things got even hinkier from there, because then we involve a House District member, Representative Jamie Lien. I'm not sure how you say her last name. She was at the meeting. She didn't like the cross-dressing janitor idea. Board Chair Kevin Christopher complained about internet and media misinformation, urged people to avoid that and get recentered. So I'm trying to read into this story because all the facts aren't there. I don't know the social media post. Dale Killingback does not reference what it was. But I can imagine Board Chair Kevin Christofferson said, hey, everybody just forget what you saw on the internet posted by Dana Howie or anyone else. Let's concern ourselves with the topic in hand on the agenda, things in this room. Let's recenter. Board Chair Christopher also said that a Casper state representative, meaning House District Rep Jamie Lien, he also said a state rep who appeared before the board back on September 8th admitted she did not know what she was talking about regarding the janitor. Yeah, I'm just trying to put you in the seats at this meeting the other night. Board Chair Kevin Christofferson said, forget everything you've seen on social media. That's not a way you should be getting your news. And he's right. And also that Representative Lien of Casper, she was before the board back earlier this month when she admitted she didn't know what she was talking about when it comes to the cross-dressing janitor. Well, that got Jamie Lien's back up. She burst out, I will not be called a liar. Representative Lien wanted to make comments. She sat down. Apparently, at these meetings, you're allowed to sit down and talk at the mic, which I think is a bad idea. You're supposed to get like 3 minutes, or you're limited in your public comment. This isn't the Senate committee hearing where you sit there and are grilled by the Senate for hours. You're supposed to have, talk, give your public comment in 3 minutes or so. So to invite public commenters to sit down just means you're going to be in for a long meeting. I would suggest you folks at Natrona County School District number 1 that when you have public comment, make them stand. Make the public commenter come up to a podium and stand. If they sit, you're never going to get rid of them. And they never could get rid of Representative Lien, who talked, and finally the Casper Police Department had to come in, shut off her microphone, and escort her out. Oh, yeah, things getting crazy. We got photos of that, by the way. It's in the Cowboy State Daily story from Dale Killingback. I figured it would get a little wild because it pits real emotional things. I can see both sides of it. One, it starts down that real bad rabbit hole road of government deciding what you can wear. Your clothing is a freedom of expression, right? And whether it's Sissy Goodwin, may he rest in peace, or anyone else, you should, is that scarf effeminate? Does that man have a earring? Once you start down that road of what is appropriate clothing, that starts to get big brother government. However, yes, it can be confusing for 7 and 8-year-olds to understand why a man is wearing women's clothes and why you used to know him as a man who wore man's clothes and he looks like a man and he used to sound like a man. Now all of a sudden he's talking like a woman and wants to be referred to as a woman. That's troublesome for a young mind. Asked to be called by female pronouns. Refer to me as he or she. Yeah, as she or her. That gets weird. Maybe the best place for the custodian is to work at the high school, where they might be a little more able to unwrap some of these issues. But I can see both sides. Crest Hill Elementary, is it the right place for a cross-dressing janitor? Do we want to tell janitors at the school what they're allowed to wear? It gets messy, and that's why it was messy at the school board meeting in Natrona County. Dale Killingbeck was there, and he brings you right into the meeting without having to sit through the endless hours of it. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a break on the show, and our final break of this hour. We'll be right back. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
I have to agree with this Facebook post I saw, where I'm enjoying this Facebook post I saw. I don't know if I agree with it. Casper Planet. Does anybody read Casper Planet? We featured it. Cowboy State Daily has featured that satirical website at least once. It's the mastermind of let me find our story on it. Casper Planet. It's good for a laugh now and then. It's like The Onion. It's fake news, purposely fake news. And it's some oil field worker that writes it. And he's pretty funny. Justin Hathaway, featured in a story from Andrew Rossi back on July 27th. Find out more about him. He's a funny guy. Whether he's writing stories about hundreds of king cobras released on Interstate 25 after a truck tips over or whatever, all his stories are fake. But I love this latest one. It's pretty funny. Casper Planet writes, just the other day, Wyoming's most prolific serial killer is having a book signing at the Teton County Public Library in Jackson. And it's one of those satirical stories that's almost believable. This unnamed serial killer, his latest book is called Killing Time in the Cowboy State. Wyoming's most prolific serial killer recently published his memoir, is scheduled for a controversial book signing this weekend at Teton County Public Library in Jackson. Library officials confirmed the event in what they called an unusually high demand for true crime literature. The killer, whose name remains a household whisper in Wyoming, will appear in the reading room and accompanied by a single security guard described as armed with both pepper spray and polite small talk. Officials assured the public that refreshments will be provided, though they clarified snacks will not be themed. Copies of the book will be sold on site, and library staff asked attendees to please bring their own pens for obvious reasons. Funny story. Most people were not duped. Somewhere I'm reading the, Casper Planet Facebook post, and most people had fun with it, but some were tricked into thinking it was real news. Pretty funny. Can only wish it was real news. And if a serial killer was to write his own memoir and do a book signing, it would certainly happen at the public library in Teton County in Jackson. Absolutely believable in that case. This video shot by a Yellowstone employee who's been a great source of pretty cool things that happened in Yellowstone. Julie Argyle. She's the postmaster at Lake Village in the park in Yellowstone, and she often reaches out to Mark Hines, who's Cowboy State Daily outdoor wildlife journalist. That's his beat. And Julie It's regular emails from Julie to Mark that are probably headlined with the email subject is you're never going to believe this one. And Julie says, I've seen a lot of things in Yellowstone, a lot of things as postmaster here. I've seen some pretty incredible things in the park, Julie says, but this is the first time I've ever seen this. An animal stuck in the mud, a big bull elk, and he got himself stuck in this bog. And Julie, who saw it, videoed some of that, the elk trying to get out. She said she saw the big bull elk. Its whole back end was sucked in this bog, which it's a place called No Moose Pond in the eastern half of Yellowstone, a spot where she said she hasn't really seen grizzly bear there. Maybe once she saw a grizzly come down and take a drink out of the pond, but she said most of the time there's not a lot of water in the pond and it's kind of just muddy and marshy. It has some water in it, she said, but usually you only see birds there. In all my times coming here, I've seen a bear only once. He stood in the grass on the edge of the pond, took a drink, and left. And Argyle said she was surprised when she saw the bull elk stuck in the pond in the morning of September 8th. The elk was struggling to get out. It was obvious he couldn't get out. She watched it for a while, videoed some of it, and then came back the next day, and it was still there, still trying to get out. And then she said, thankfully, park officials who rarely, if ever, get involved in Yellowstone wildlife stuff, decided to come and put it down. They ended its suffering, Argyle says. Yellowstone Rangers were alerted to the elk in the mud. They assessed the situation, and after 24 hours, when it was obvious the elk was not going to be able to get out, they made the difficult decision to intervene. That elk could have been stuck in that mud for days and days. It would inevitably die from either dehydration, exhaustion. Perhaps a grizzly bear would come along and feed on it as it was alive. I mean, there's a lot of ways this could have played out that would be hard to watch. And I agree with the decision by Yellowstone to just shoot the elk. They don't, for the most part, Yellowstone really lets things play out. They don't get involved in the ecosystem and how animals interact. That's nature. But in this case, I do agree with the decision to put this elk down. This would have been hard to watch, this elk struggling to get out of the mud and not being able to do it. I'm looking at some of the pictures there, and I just feel for this elk. I have come upon a situation like this at a dude ranch riding. We saw an elk stuck, and we roped it around its antlers and pulled it out with a horse. We did manage to get it out. It wasn't stuck this bad, this hard, but it is doable. But in this case, rangers thought, it would be too dangerous to try to get it out of there. And I'm looking at sharing some of the video of it for you who are watching on X or watching on Facebook Live or watching on YouTube. The elk is stuck. It's never going to get out of there. You can see it. Then finally, the elk is shot dead by rangers, put down. And then along comes a grizzly bear, and with incredible strength, pulls this elk out of the bog. That's got to be some kind of super strength. It was actually more than one grizz. It was two sisters or two brother grizzly bears. I mean, Julie Argyle watched the whole thing take place. She saw at first one grizzly came and then another one, and they fought over it. And she said those two Grizz were siblings. And they fought over it, but they couldn't get it out. And then along comes a big male grizzly and chased both those off and was able to pull it out. It took like a big, strong male grizz to pull that elk out. Holy cow. What a thing to see take place in Yellowstone. Certainly nature at work. And Julie Argyle had a front row seat, shared the video with us at Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines has the story about the big bull elk stuck in a bog and then the bears fighting over who would get to have it for dinner. Nature. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates around the state. We'll see you on the other side of that. Stay with us this morning. We got a lot to do. A lot coming up, including New York Times best-selling author C.J. Box. He'll be with us to talk Joe Pickett and other stuff.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Fans of one Yellowstone National Park's most popular wolves are mourning her death. The young female 1479F was reportedly shot legally by a hunter this month after straying out of the park and into Montana. But the incident has caused controversy. Cowboy State Daily's outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that there is a case to be made for both sides.
I think a substantive argument to be made about questioning hunting wolves right on just past the park boundary, because these folks are saying these wolves are they're so used to being around people and people not being a threat. How fair is that? But on the other side, there's also a good substantive argument that, the state's management policies are the state management policies. You can't expect the states to adhere to federal policies. How is that fair?
Wolf 1479F was about 2.5 years old and was reportedly killed by a hunter last week. Requests for confirmation and details of the wolf's death from Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the National Park Service were not answered by publication time. During a meeting of the House Judiciary Committee last Wednesday, U.S. House Representative Harriet Hageman discussed with FBI Director Kash Patel recent efforts to make reservations, such as the Wind River Indian Reservation in Wyoming, a priority in the federal fight on drugs and crime. Cowboy State Daily's Clair McFarland reports that the FBI director said drug cartels are dropping their products from the air onto tribal reservations across the nation, and it's time for federal authorities to launch counter-drone operations.
Kash Patel testified before a House committee last week, but Representative Harriet Hageman asked him about law enforcement on tribal reservations. Wyoming, of course, has the Wind River, a sizable tribal reservation that's had some reported drug trafficking. In a Judiciary Subcommittee, experts testified that cartels have thousands of drones and they'll attack their foes with them. I think the counter-drone activity that Kash Patel is asking for funding and support for is going to be more like a detection, a disabling, sort of airborne tech wars.
Hageman pointed to the recent marshaling of around 100 agents to the Wind River Indian Reservation under interim U.S. Attorney for Wyoming, Darren Smith. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
2.5 weeks after the University of Wyoming's marching band had its big moment at Empower Field at Mile High canceled by lightning, the Denver Broncos are extending a new invitation to the band's seniors. It won't, however, involve performing. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that on Tuesday, the Broncos invited the seniors from the UW Western Thunder Marching Band to attend the October 19th game against the New York Giants as their special guests.
It turned out Broncos have all their halftimes booked already, as you would expect many NFL teams too, so that was not a possibility. The Broncos sent the band director an email that said, 1, we are going to invite you back to perform next season. season. We just don't have any spots now. But then for the graduating seniors, they're not going to be able to do it. So what the Broncos did is they invited all the seniors in the band to the Giants game on October 19th. So they'll get a free, all expenses paid trip and ticket to the Broncos game.
Joseph Carver, the director of the Western Thunder Marching Band, said the Broncos have gone out of their way to make students feel special. And once the headquarters of the Wyoming Tie and Timber Company, the Triangle Sea Ranch near DuBois has been a dude ranch for the last 93 years. Well, the property, which is entirely within the Shoshone National Forest, is now on the market, listing for almost $5 million. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own this little slice of Wyoming history.
This is just the latest in kind of a wave of legacy ranches that have come up for sale in Wyoming and given it really a name. It's not just suitable for horseback riding. It's really suitable as a base camp of adventure in the DuBois area.
Now, while there's no deeded land in this offering, the property includes all the buildings and equipment, as well as the Forest Service leases, making it a turnkey dude ranch opportunity for just the right buyer. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction. A chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Labre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Labre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Labre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Labre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Labre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlabre.org.
Well, the historic Triangle Sea Ranch for sale, $4.95 million, the listing price. I had forgotten who owned it. Previous to the owner selling it now, it was owned by the Garnick family. We just had one of the Garnick girls on the show last week, the week before. The Garnick family also runs the Jackson Hole Playhouse, one of the oldest buildings in Jackson. Used to be a Ford dealership. I mean, when Ford they were selling Model Ts. Before it was a Ford dealership, it was a hostelry. What do you call it when you put your horse up? Yeah, it used to be stables for travelers to put your horse up. Owned by and built by, I think, the Warts. Of course, the Wart Hotel Restaurant in Jackson. I think John and Jess Wart built that so people would have a place to put their horse up when they travel to Jackson. Then it would become a Ford dealership and garage back when Fords were Model Ts. Like, there was only one thing Ford offered. Yeah, the black car. Back when it was similar to phones. Oh, some of you kids have no idea. Today's phone comes in a variety of different colors with all kinds of bells and whistles. There was a time when your phone was basic black and it was as heavy as a concrete brick. And that was it. Those were your options. It was a dial phone and it came in black. And it was like substantial enough to knock somebody over the head. In fact, Hollywood made would use it as a weapon. I'm surprised it's not in the game of Clue. The butler did it with a candlestick in the laboratory. It should be, the maid did it in the kitchen with an old-time phone. I mean, if you clunk somebody over the head with the original phone, the same thing for when Ford, the Model T, first started out. The genius idea. It was so that was your showroom floor in the Jackson Hole Playhouse back when that building was a Ford dealership in the early 1900s. What kind of dealership? I mean, today you got all kinds of different cars on the lot, right? The dealership in 1905 in Jackson in the building that is now known as the Jackson Hole Playhouse, it would have had just one after another of a black Model T. Well, you can have this one, or see if I can introduce you to this model. See if I can interest you in this Model T. They were all the same. Like, I don't know what it must have been like to be a car salesman in 1905 in Jackson. Yeah, we have 3 current models on the floor. They're all black, and they're all Model Ts, and they're all exactly the same. This one has a little bit bigger auga horn, auga, and this one features a little bit smaller auga horn, but otherwise it's the same Model T. They're all the same. I'm off track. The Garnicks run the Jackson Hole Playhouse. Great place to see some local theater when you're in Jackson. The Garnicks also used to own the Triangle C for decades. And then they sold it to the dude that owns it now, who's kind of a famous dude. If you're in the horse world, you may know the owner, Chris Cox. He's a famous horse trainer, 4-time world champion of something called Road to the Horse. Back-to-back wins in 2007, 8. Also won it in 2011, 2015. Road to the Horse. The ranch owned by Chris Cox, who also has a bigger, I think he spends more of his time in Texas. That's where he does a lot of his horse training. Famous horse trainer. He and his wife, Chris Cox, and his wife run the Double Diamond C in Weatherford, Texas for most of the year. He has his own television show, Chris Cox Horsemanship. It airs 3 times a week on RFD TV, has more than 40 million viewing households. Check in on that show. Chris and his wife, Barb, have just got to the point in their life where they and their 2 children are ready to move on from the Dude Ranch business. According to McMillan, who has the property listed with Live Water. He said that Chris Cox and his wife, Matt McMillan, said Chris and his wife just, at the time when they bought it, which was just not that long ago, just a few years ago, they really wanted to have a dude ranch and be in the dude ranch business, and they ran it as a dude ranch. I don't know if this factored into it, but there was a incident that was not great for Chris Cox, for sure. There was a lawsuit. The ranch was sued in March after an Irish woman said her vacation went horribly wrong. This happened in 2024. one of the wranglers had accidentally blasted this woman's horse with bear spray. And the horse, of course, reared up, fell over backwards, and crushed this woman's foot, broke her ankle. Certainly, even with Wyoming's robust recreational liability laws, it's really hard to sue in Wyoming. For instance, if you go skiing and hit a tree, you're not going to be able to sue the resort because the tree was there. It'll never work. Wyoming has pretty locked down, bulletproof personal liability laws, falling off a horse. But in this case, that appears to me to be a pretty negligent, poor action of a wrangler. I don't know if that factored into it, but certainly Chris Cox has got to be thinking, I don't need this dude ranch if it's going to be a liability, if it's going to be a problem. I don't know what that case is still ongoing, that lawsuit. But I guess 8 years they've been running it. So yeah, it was quite a while ago. 8 years ago, Chris Cox and his wife Barb bought the property. Beautiful dude ranch, Triangle C, nearly 100 years old. 1921, I think it first opened its doors, not in the current location. But yeah, it's a beautiful place, beautiful ranch, pretty rustic. And I don't know what else it could be other than the dude ranch. You're not going to buy this and think that you're going to live there. The winters are long there. You're at pretty good elevation on Togety Pass. The ranch had been open in the previous winters as a snowmobile kind of tour place. So you switch over from taking horse rides in the summer to snowmobile rides in the winter. So you can operate this thing year round. $4.95 million listing, the classic Triangle C Ranch. And some of these cabins date back to 1917 or the mid-1920s when some of these cabins were built. No doubt those are the cabins the wranglers are staying in. I can tell you from personal experience, the oldest cabin on a ranch always is the bunkhouse. And the guests, the dudes, get, the nicer, newer ones. But unique listing if anybody's interested in a famous dude ranch, nearly a century old. The Triangle C Ranch, just outside of DuBois, has been listed with live water for $4.95 million. Former Trump White House energy official joins the private sector, Wyoming Rare Earth Company. Ramaco Resources has just employed a former Trump guy, Joe Stopper. Started his first day at Ramaco on Monday, bringing with him unique perspective from a front row seat in the President Donald Trump's administration. And of course, Trump really pushing for domestic critical minerals production. Some of these rare earths and critical minerals, we don't want to get them from Russia anymore. We want to dig up our own. Trump threw down that gauntlet. Joe Stopper was working in the administration, senior director for White House National Energy Dominance Council, senior advisor to Interior Secretary Doug Burgum during the first 6 months of the Trump administration. Stopper had a front row, firsthand seat on how Trump wanted to do things with rare earths. And so he makes a pretty unique hire for Ramaco as Stopper left the administration and took his job first day this week with Ramaco Resources. That story in the Cowboy State Daily by David Madison. Check that out. Let's take a quick break. We'll get back here with our weatherman, meteorologist Don Day, up next after this.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the rec center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don Dave's with us. Day weather forecast. Don, I'll talk to CJ Box later today. Do you want me to lobby on your behalf for some kind of residuals from the book you're mentioned in prominently?
No.
Okay.
That's fine. It's an honor just to be in one of his books.
It sure is. I want to be in the next one. I love Joe Pickett's series, so good. He's got a new one out that's not a Joe Pickett. It's just a regular old book that's doing well. It's number 7, debuted at number 7 on the New York Times bestseller list. CJ Box, whatever he touches, it turns gold. His typewriter is probably gold-plated. And Don Day was mentioned in one of his books. You actually played yourself. Usually when your name is in a CJ Box novel, you won, that's auctioned off, and you play a character that you have no control over. You might be cast as a villain. You never know. You played you, which was appropriate. There's only one.
That's why you have to have a good agent, Jake.
There's only one Don Day. Your agent made sure that you were portrayed correctly as the state's meteorologist. You've got a team of people working with you, though. We've never really given them a shout out. Who's with the whole Don Day weather forecasting crew? What do they do? And, you know, when it's not you, Don Day's voice, we sometimes hear somebody else.
Yeah, and you'll hear more of them in the future. There's Mark Hewer, and then there's another Don Watzel.
Okay.
And then I have some folks may hear her on weekends on Wyoming radio, Patrice Sutter. And so there's 4 of us meteorologists all together.
And that are they pretty good at doing what they do? They have their own.
Of course they are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it goes without saying. Yeah, but we do a variety of different things for different clients who need customized weather services and forecasts. So we all keep busy. I'm the guy that takes the morning shift. So that's why you see me most of the time. But, in the future, one of these days, you'll pop up and you'll see somebody else here and you'll say, wait, I got the wrong Zoom link or something.
Right. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting. Right about now, I wonder to what degree you have ski resorts contacting you saying, how good is the ski season going to be? Or is there any way to know? Do they reach out to the ski resorts? Say, are we going to get a lot of snow?
Not really. I mean, a couple of decades ago, I may have done a little bit of weather forecasting for a couple of Wyoming ski areas. But the thing is that the ski areas obviously want to know what the seasonal forecast is, but where the forecasting really becomes really important is when they're making snow. They need the right conditions, right humidities, right temperatures, and all of those things. And it's so localized. It's such a, one side of the mountain is going to be different than the other, that the guys who are making the snow have learned really how to assess the weather and do what they need to do to make the snow right. So it's so localized, it kind of goes outside of my purview, honestly.
Yeah, that is a specialized segment of weather forecasting. And I've seen it here in Jackson where Snow King will be blowing snow one day, but they won't be out at the village because Snow King's more shaded. It all depends on keeping cold. You don't want to waste a whole lot of blow snow and have it melt. You got to make sure.
Well, water's precious around here. Yeah, and you don't want to make that mistake. But the science and the art, I'll call it an art of snow making, is something that is amazing that they've learned. The technology and where they've come has really been impressive.
Hey, can you speak at all to the recent news? Mark Hines had it, national news as well, about rivers, streams that are just running so low volume and so warm that fish are really having a tough time. In Wyoming, it's the cutthroat trout. The trout likes cold water. And every year about August, September, fishermen are warned not to play the fish, to be careful because these fish are lethargic. But it's gotten to the point this year where, it is dangerous to be a trout. It's not fun. This water is just too warm. If you take a temperature of the Snake River, for instance, is that, what is that? Is that just a lot of precip?
You see, that's the thing. And that's the thing you got to be careful about. It's not so much the temperature, it's the lack of stream flow. And if you're putting more water down a stream or a river, then your water temperatures are going to be much, closer to where it's going to be.
Right.
And in the last 30 years, we have been in a La Nina dominated climate pattern for the last 3 decades. That overall leads to lower stream flows. As you compare the weather patterns from the 70s, late 60s through the 70s, all the way up to the middle 90s, we were in an El Nino dominated 30-year cycle. And, we had much better snowpack, much better conditions. And, it'll be seasonal. There's one thing that's called interannual variability, where some years you'll have a good snowpack and good stream flows. For a couple of years, then you might have 3 or 4 years of lower flow. So it's something that varies year to year. But we also got to be careful, and I harp on this all the time, Jake, is you got to be careful on anecdotal data. A bad year of low stream flow and warm water temperatures may or may not be a trend in some locations, but it certainly has been a trend, especially the last 20 years. We have just not had consistently good snowpacks, and when we've had bad snowpacks, they've been bad. And there's some years that stick out where the streams, people forget, okay, it's 2025. People forget the giant stream flows we had in 23 after that big winter. You remember the winter kill off, all the snow that fell, all of those things. But you get 1 or 2 years of a bad stream flow, then all of a sudden people's hair's on fire. So you have these cycles, you have these ups and downs.
Well, here's hoping we get kind of walloped by snow, but up in the mountains, because we don't want to hurt the mule deer, and give us like a giant snowpack. We're not going to get walloped today by snow. It looks pretty nice.
No, in fact, it is going to be delightful.
Yeah.
We've got the storm that went through southern Wyoming we mentioned this yesterday, how Sweetwater Carbon County and Fremont and Hot Springs County in the fire areas got just fabulous September rain. And we don't always get a nice, steady, heavy September rain in the state. And we did. And then yesterday, well over an inch of rain in Cheyenne, well over an inch of rain in the Laramie Valley. So it was a very beneficial fall storm that was mostly rain. So, hey, but now that storm's out of here. And between today and Sunday, it's going to be hard to beat. It's going to be textbook September. Just grab the camera, grab the elk bugle. This is the next 5 days. Next 5-6 days will be really, really good across the state. Really pleasant.
Well, that's Don Day not playing the CJ Box villain today. He's the hero. Made it rain when we needed it and make a beautiful day out of this one, the next one, the next one. I like it, Don. Thank you.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast of the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, that's good stuff. Beautiful day today. I might go check out a local hotel swimming pool. I mean, not often in the last week of September do you get to hang out by the pool, right? Might take advantage of that. 75, 73 and sunny in Jackson. Sounds like a pool day, I'd say. Here's what else is, actually, let's do a little bit of this day in history while we have a minute, because we're going to have a lot of guests on later. It was this day, 1906, Devil's Tower declared a United States national monument. President Theodore Roosevelt made that declaration. The first national monument in the United States. Isn't that neat that Wyoming has the first national park in Yellowstone? I say Wyoming has it. Also, a little bit of the park leaks over into Montana and Idaho, but predominantly that's our park. Wyoming. Devil's Tower declared a U.S. national monument by President Roosevelt this day in 1906. September 24th, 1911, Governor Richard's daughter and son were mysteriously murdered at Richard's Red Banks Ranch in Norwood. That remains one of the biggest mysteries, I think. Just such a fascinating history story and obviously tragic story. Governor Richard's daughter and son murdered at his ranch in Norwood this day, 1911. 1919, Woodrow Wilson spoke to Cheyenne. It was part of his nationwide tour in support of the League of Nations and describing the Treaty of Versailles. Woodrow Wilson. Also this day, another presidential address in Wyoming from the back of a train. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1937, delivered an address in Thermopolis from a railroad car, and then he would later travel through Cheyenne and Casper on that same day. It happened this day in 1937. All these things happen on September 24th. Time for the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, Flint Rasmussen joins me, and my younger brother talks about what he misses about the arena and rodeos. You'll be surprised at what he misses the most. He is an 8-time world champion rodeo clown, was the exclusive entertainer of the professional bull riders. Flint Rasmussen on the Road Show. Coming up next.
Wyoming-born and country-raised Ian Munsick takes the stage to the First Interstate Arena Thursday, October 9th to kick off the Nile Stock Show and Ranch Rodeo.
Money or a jacked up pickup line.
Ned Ledoux opens for Ian on a night built for true fans of country music and the Western way of life.
That runs through his veins. Forever a cowboy, he will remain.
Tickets available at the Metro Park box office or metropark.com.
Feed like you mean it. Fall is a critical window for cattle nutrition, and ADM's Roughage Buster is built for this moment. Designed for cattle on mature forages, it delivers a consistent source of rumen-available protein powered by Biorit to fuel microbial activity for improved forage utilization. That means better body condition, more milk, and heavier calves, delivering added profit. When performance matters, Roughage Buster delivers. Learn more at adm.com/beef.
There's those rodeos that there's just something about them, and I don't know. I think it's as I get older or as I've stepped away from the arena for a couple of years and took a breath, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get back to them, give back to them. How's that? I don't know. Brainstorming and working on some things, so it'd be nice. What I love about rodeo.
Tell me.
My favorite, probably one of my favorite things, is getting a hot cup of coffee and going and sitting in the bleachers and watching Slack at 9 in the morning. And I think here's where that comes from. You know this. When I was young and we had either the pickup with the camper on it or the mini Winnie motorhome, our dad always announced Slack. He'd always get up at 8 in the morning in Lewistown or whatever. And when mom would time, when they'd get up, they always slept up in the good bed in the nose of the camper. So when they'd get up and go to Slack, I would crawl up in that bed and kind of doze off, and I'd lay there and could hear our dad's voice.
Good memories from Flint Rasmussen on the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Good feedback from our listeners. Shirley wants to know, why didn't they try to pull it out? That's sad. She's talking about that bull elk in Yellowstone, that Yellowstone Rangers were alerted to a bull elk that was struggling in a mud bog, could not get out. It was more than 24 hours it was in there. It was obvious the bull elk would not be able to get out. Why didn't they pull it out? In the story written by Mark Hines, supposedly the Yellowstone authorities said it would be too dangerous to pull it out. I don't know about that. I mean, like I said, I pulled one out. Me and another cowboy pulled an elk out of a bog using horses. There's probably some element of danger. I mean, obviously anything can go wrong. But I think the biggest reason why they didn't pull it out, Shirley, is Yellowstone authorities try to keep things as natural as they can in the park. If a tree's going to fall over, it falls over. If a animal is going to eat another animal, that's what happens. They try to let things play out in their naturalness. So in this case, the most natural thing would be to allow the bull elk to remain stuck and suffer perhaps for days until it finally died. That would be the most natural. But some element of humaneness was necessary in this case. At least that's what Yellowstone thought. And the park ranger shot the elk. So the end result would be the elk would be dead and would become food for other animals. And that's what we got to. We just got there quicker. Rather than to see the bull elk suffer, they just put it down where it was. They left it right there. Again, I think it's Yellowstone being more natural about things, intervening and trying to pull it out. I don't know why the park chose to say it would be dangerous. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. I think they should have just stood on the notion that they were trying to be the most natural, but also have some kind of humane feelings and put that elk down so it didn't suffer. Yeah, why didn't they? I'm trying to find the part where they said Julie Argyle saw the whole thing go down, the postmaster there. She said they humanely put it down. They decided to end its suffering. Yellowstone natural setting. Julie said, I'm 100% support their decision, how they treated it. I don't like to see anything suffer. Most of the time, the rangers won't interfere, said Julie. I think this is one of the unique situations where you know the animal is suffering severely and it needed to happen. But I'm pretty sure the reasoning was it would be too dangerous. That's what I heard Max say, although I don't see it in the story. That's a good point. I swear I heard Mac say that authorities thought it'd be too dangerous to pull it out, but I don't see that in Mark Hines' story. And at any rate, I don't think that was the determining factor. It'd be too dangerous to rescue. The point is the Yellowstone Rangers would not take it upon themselves to make an animal rescue. That's the unnatural part. This bull elk would have died. So they just got there quicker is basically it. Yes, and it's hard to learn, it's hard to think about, but that's it, Shirley. Rob, who is always interested in what hat I'm wearing, says Ned opening for Ian Munsick. I think that was a commercial that we just heard. Ned Ledoux opening for Ian Munsick at, I wasn't really listening, Rob, so I don't know what show that is. We'll have Andrew Rossi will be on in a moment, talk about his stories. First, I find this story pretty interesting. In 1995, a guy named MacArthur Wheeler robbed 2 banks, and he did so without a mask. In fact, he looked straight into the camera, knowing the cameras were there at the banks. He had no problem. He even smiled for one of the cameras as he robbed the banks. Was he crazy? No, but he was suffering from what they call the Dunning-Krueger effect. What MacArthur Wheeler did when he robbed the banks is he believed the notion that lemon juice, when applied to your body or your face, would make him invisible to security cameras. Supposedly, it's like, how many people have heard the idea? When I was a kid, if you packed tin foil, if you took tin foil and packed it in your hubcaps in your car, so all 4 hubcaps would have a whole mess of tin foil inside them, that would send the police radar when they were trying to clock your speed, that would mess up the radar gun. Now, I don't know if that was true or not. The radar just shoots out of your car. It would hit the tin foil and it would like bounce back or something, or bounce off you. It made you invisible to radar, or messed up the radar. That was kind of urban legend, whether true or not. Well, urban legend in the mid-90s was, and it was going around in the bank robbing circle maybe, that if you applied lemon juice to your face, you would be invisible to the surveillance cameras. And this dude, MacArthur Wheeler, was so convinced it was true that he walked into 2 banks in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, carried out robberies with no mask, no nothing, and even smiled at the camera. When police caught him, Wheeler reportedly exclaimed, "But I wore the juice." And the cops were baffled. They're like, well, that's all well and good, but you're not invisible. They even showed him the surveillance tape, and Wheeler couldn't believe it. Well, the case caught the attention of two psychologists, David Dunning and Dunning-Krueger, and they were fascinated with it because they had been working on a study concerning people who have a limited knowledge or skill and greatly overestimate their competence. In fact, it became this bank heist gone wrong, became the key feature of a study in a paper released in 1999 called the Dunning-Krueger effect, named after the two scientists. It's a psychological phenomenon where a person with limited knowledge or skill greatly overestimates their competence. How many people do you know who fit that bill? The Dunning-Krueger effect. Wheeler's lemon juice blunder has become a textbook example of this effect, the Dunning-Krueger effect. Wheeler was positive that he was invisible to surveillance cameras, and that was obviously not the case. Let's take a break, get Andrew Rossi in here right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Andrew Rossi should be joining us momentarily unless he's on some dinosaur dig. That could be the case. I'm not sure. Andrew's got a few stories that we could learn more than that bank robber in Pittsburgh anyway. Is Wyoming windy because Nebraska sucks and Utah blows? That's the old joke, right? Andrew Rossi says that the science agrees. That's exactly why Wyoming is windy. Really? Andrew must have been talking to our meteorologist, Don Day. It's the old joke. Wyoming's wind comes from the blustery exchange of weather between Nebraska, which sucks. All apologies to Nebraska. I like that state. And Utah, which blows. And again, apologies to Utah. Great state. And the Cowboy State, Wyoming, is sort of caught in the middle in that joke. Is there any science to it? And Andrew Rossi says yes. There is a natural wind tunnel in Wyoming between Utah and Nebraska. Don Day says on special occasions and special conditions, Utah does blow and Nebraska does suck, which makes Wyoming worse. Interesting that a theory starting out with a joke turns out to be scientifically true, and Don Day confirms for Andrew. Rossi, where are you at? The Zoom room is open. Andrew not here. Maybe Andrew's messing around with the beetles in Yellowstone. He had that story, about a month back about this beetle, this rare beetle that was found living in a hostile environment in Yellowstone. The wet salt tiger beetle prefers to live right there at the edge of hot springs. If you ever go to Yellowstone, you see one of those like blue hot spring pools. It's super hot. And most animals, insects, you're not going to see any like skimmer bugs swimming across the top of it. It's just way too hot. The bugs would boil up. But there is one beetle that likes to live right there on the banks, on the shore of these hot springs, and it tolerates incredibly high temperatures. Scientists want to know why that is and why this tiger beetle, which exists in other places in the world, but never anywhere where it's this hot. How does this beetle survive, and why does it choose to live there? It's warm adapted, this tiger beetle. Well, the follow-up story from Andrew Rossi is studying these certain Yellowstone tiger beetles has inspired a first-of-its-kind patent. A team of entomologists went into Yellowstone National Park trying to understand how this tiny beetle could survive in incredibly hot, hostile environments, and as a result, they discovered one of its secrets. How does it do it? And they patent their findings, and it could have applications later in bioprospecting, whatever that is. Andrew probably knows what it is, but Andrew is still not with us. Andrew Rossi also had the story of the missing community benches, custom-made, really nice wooden benches made and set up in Lander have gone missing, have gone stolen, and that's disturbing. 3 such benches made by John Applegate, who on his spare time on weekends makes these benches for free, donates them to the town of Lander, and they're put up along different pathways. The other day, John Applegate was driving along Mortimer Lane where he knew one of his benches was, and he looked up and he didn't see it. He said, I couldn't believe it. That's the second time this has happened in that very spot. In fact, in total, 3 of his benches that he has donated to the town of Lander have gone missing. And that's kind of sad news for John Applegate and the rest of us. I didn't think Lander was one of those towns where you had to chain everything down or it could disappear. That's too bad. Andrew Rossi also had the story. Oh, I thought it was a Mark Hines story. Maybe. Oh, yeah, that it is not a Mark Hines story. It's Andrew Rossi's story about that bull elk that got stuck in the mud. Shirley wondered why the park rangers didn't pull it out. And we sort of explained that they like to keep things natural in Yellowstone. So the bull elk that had got stuck in the mud, it was obviously not going to get out. It was probably going to die eventually. Maybe days it would be stuck there trying to get out. So the rangers felt pity and they didn't pull it out and save it, but they did go shoot it and put it down. They left it there, and sure enough, along comes two grizzly bears that were, I think, brother and sister, and they fought over who would get it. But the problem is neither of those bears was big enough, strong enough to pull the elk out of the mud to eat it. The bear is known as Jam, a female grizzly, and another one called Snow. I think it was Jam's sister. Okay, so it was two sisters. And they could not pull the bull out. Well, first off, they wouldn't work together. That's a lesson for you grizzly bears. If you're not big and strong enough to get your own food, to get that bull elk out of the mud, work together. You're two sister grizzlies. If you both tug on it, you could probably get it out of there. But they didn't. They fought over who would get it. And it turned out neither one got it because along came a massive male grizzly, said Julie Argyle, who was watching the whole thing. She's got it on video. She said this massive male grizzly, this boy grizzly, came along and ran off Snow and Jam and said, I'll take this elk, and was able to pull that bull elk out of the mud. Took an incredible amount of strength, but of course, grizzlies are super strong. Rob wants to know, is that an Ian Munsick concert in Montana? It is, Rob. We just had a commercial for it. I wasn't listening closely, but you were. Ian Munsick is playing in the Nile, N-I-L-E, Nile Stock Show on October 9th in Montana with Ned Ledoux opening. That'll be a great show. That's in the First Interstate Arena in Billings. Ian Munsick opened by Ned Ledoux. That'll be a great show. Tickets available online Thursday, October 9th. That sounds like a can't miss show. I like it. Who else? Jared Petrino will be on soon. We'll talk about Wyoming Cowboy football and such. And the volleyball team getting ready for their first game of the year. Basketball right around the corner. And the rodeo team, University of Wyoming rodeo team, the men's team looking for their 8th straight regional title, and the women doing pretty good as well. Back-to-back wins have them on top in the regional standings in rodeo. So good job, Wyoming Cowboys and Cowgirls. Let's check out what's going on with Ray Hageman at the Wyoming Game and Fish.
Bighorn Basin hunters are encouraged to make use of sage-grouse wing barrels. And watercraft registration is shutting down in October. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. Upland game bird hunters in the southern Bighorn Basin have an opportunity to submit a wing from their harvested sage-grouse or partridge to help the Wyoming Game and Fish gain insight into local bird populations. Through September 30th, 8 new collection barrels will be available throughout the southern Bighorn Basin, so hunters can easily submit one wing from their harvested sage-grouse, chukar, or Hungarian partridge. Game and Fish analyzes the wings to estimate reproductive success that year. Using length and wear of the primary feathers, each wing is aged as a chick, yearling, or adult, and sex is determined by the size or measurement of the wing. This is the first time collection barrels will be available in the southern Bighorn Basin. Again, there are 8 different barrels. Go to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department webpage to find out the locations of each barrel. The Wyoming Game and Fish will be closing the 2025 watercraft registrations and preparing for the 2026 season during the month of October. Watercraft registrations resume again November 1st at Game and Fish offices and online, with one-year registrations valid through 2026 and three-year registrations valid through 2028. Boaters will be available to purchase 2025 aquatic invasive species decals during October, though, if needed. Boat registration fees are $30 for 1 year, $80 for a 3-year registration. A 1-year registration with AIS sticker is $40. A 3-year registration with AIS sticker is $110. The signature of an owner or co-owner is required for renewal or registration. Renewal notices will be sent for expired watercraft in November of 2025. Customers will be able to renew their watercraft through the mail by returning the renewal notice and fees. Aquatic invasive species sticker purchases and watercraft registration renewal can be done online. For more information on watercraft registration or safe boating requirements, be sure to visit the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website or call 307-777-4638. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, that'll do it for this hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Jared Petrino coming up. We're going to talk Wyoming sports. CJ Box, New York Times best-selling author, coming up as well. He'll be on the show. You don't want to miss it. Stay there, and thanks for listening. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network continues after this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. The mother of a Byron woman who fatally shot her 4 daughters and herself in February filed a wrongful death lawsuit Monday in Wyoming's federal court. Cowboy State Daily's Clair McFarland reports that Rhonda Copland, mother of Tranielle Harshman, filed a civil lawsuit against Cody-based Sage Psychiatry Services, LLC, and against advanced practice registered nurse Krista Blau on claims that Blau sent Harshman home with ketamine.
Ketamine is a dissociative drug that can carry risks of hallucinations and other issues. The lawsuit alleges that the standard of care is to do this in a medically controlled environment, to take this drug and work through your issues while someone is supervising you or you're someplace safe. But of course, Tranielle Harshman reportedly was taking the drug at home and then shot her 4 daughters and herself. The toxicology report did find it in her system following her autopsy. And according to her mother's lawsuit, she believes that this was not the safe or best way to prescribe and to send her with it. And she believes that it's a cause of Tranielle's death and the little girl's deaths.
Harshman, who was 32, shot her 4 young daughters, called 911, then turned the gun on herself February 10th in her home in Byron. Concerns about a cross-dressing custodian at Crest Hill Elementary School in Casper came to a head Monday during a meeting of the Natrona County School District 1 Board of Trustees. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports there were calls for resignations, a state legislator was escorted from the microphone, and an apology was issued as well.
There was an apology by the board member, but the board chair also called out the state representative who initially spoke to the board 2 weeks ago, and the board chair basically said that the state rep did not reflect the situation correctly. The state rep tried to correct that, and police showed up at the table where she sat trying to correct the board chair, and she was escorted away from the table.
Even after Vice Chair Dana Howie apologized and explained her social media post related to an elementary school parent's concerns about the custodian, Board Chair Kevin Christopherson complained about internet and media misinformation and urged people to avoid them and get recentered. Natrona County Schools still contend the custodian isn't breaking any laws. Yellowstone National Park is Wyoming's top tourist destination, but it's also a mostly pristine habitat for wild animals. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that means visitors will often see nature play out in all of its glory and tragedy.
It's just one of those incidents that so awesomely reminds everybody that Yellowstone National Park, it's a tourist trap in its own way, but it's also a natural environment. It's where bad things happen for no real reason. In this case, a elk got stuck in a muddy pond, couldn't get itself out. It could have been there for days, suffering a slow, agonizing death. The National Park Service made the decision to intervene by euthanizing the elk, and then a bunch of bears saw it as an opportunity, and they became a combative carcass for them. So they were fighting over that as they're trying to get nutrients for the winter.
The scene unfolded at a spot called No Moose Pond in the eastern half of Yellowstone. Park rangers say there's no way to save an elk in that situation because it would be dangerous not only for the people, but also for the animal. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Now the debate over whether to pass more stringent restrictions on noisy vehicles in Cheyenne is finished. The focus shifts to how to enforce the city's controversial new ordinance. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that residents aired their opinions before the Cheyenne City Council on the new ordinance. How exactly can the police department enforce an excessive sound law?
Presumably, police are going to be using some sort of technology to measure the decibels, although this wasn't included in the ordinance. It will probably be left up to the Cheyenne Police Department.
Residents argued the ordinance could negatively impact car and motorcycle enthusiasts who modify the sound of their engines. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newspaper button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily show. Clair McFarland should be here shortly. Clair has a couple of stories in the Cowboy State Daily today, including maybe a surprise announcement about the mother of that Byron mom who killed her 4 kids and then herself. That was just a shocking story back in February. And then now we learn of a lawsuit, which I guess we could have seen coming because it involves ketamine. Let me get to Claire and get her in here. Okay. I think I got everything in order. Although I don't see Claire. Yeah, I got some other stuff that I need. I'm running behind today. Just running behind. Claire, you had to make a run for the coffee pot. I need
Hi. Sorry. I didn't have coffee.
Yeah, I am in need of coffee today. It's a coffee kind of Wednesday. Ooh. I'm a little low on the caffeine side. So is this a surprise? We were talking about this lawsuit, the mother of the Byron mother who killed her kids, then herself. And we learned she was suffering from different forms of depression and prescribed ketamine and also just your conventional clonazepam. But, from what we learn of ketamine, it'll turn you into Elon Musk. Maybe he uses that stuff kind of regularly, but it seems like, and there was a great book, August Sweeney, that book we had a guest on who was talking about a similar case where somebody who it is not in their nature or character to behave in a violent manner, like the last person you would ever think would, take up a knife or a gun and kill, but under the influence of drugs, particularly ketamine, a disassociative drug, which makes sense. You don't think you're you, and you aren't you. And when you're acting under its influence, would you really do something out of character if you were on this drug? Maybe, and that's maybe why we have this lawsuit. Unsupervised prescription of ketamine. Did you see this coming? Did you think a lawsuit was heading this way?
I thought some kind of outburst or maneuver was to follow.
Yeah.
It's hard though. The family's already dealing with tragedy. Now now there's litigation.
Yeah. Now you're going to have to relive it, over and over until this case is settled.
Yeah. It prolongs the media cycle, prolongs the grief cycle. Maybe it's cathartic. I don't know. But, okay. So when Traniel Harshman, after the little girls were shot, she called 911 and told the dispatcher where to find them. This one's in her bed. This one's here. This one's here. And she was, from what I've learned and researched along the way, it was in passive voice. They've been shot. And this is where you're going to be able to find me. So, then goes to her and shoots herself. So, I mean, that does indicate that dissociative episode, but it's not for me to proclaim the outcome of this case. They have to prove that it was a direct or proximate cause of the 5 deaths. Maybe they can do it, maybe they can't, but that's very early phase right now. First, the judge has to decide if they invoke the right laws, and then some other stuff going forward.
Yeah, I was trying to find the book. We had an author on who looked into a similar case like this, where the wife claims my husband would have never done this. This is not him. And is this Traniel Harshman? And is it you when you're under the influence of alcohol or any other drug or medication when you do stuff? It's weird. Ketamine is weird. It has its uses, particularly, in the battlefield when you want to have a patient who's not out of it on drugs, yet they're in another place where they're not feeling the pain. They don't realize they're missing a leg or something.
Yeah, they're disconnected from what has happened to them, but they're still very much conscious. It doesn't knock you out.
Yeah.
And she had a rough couple of years there.
Yeah.
I won't go into everything, but she, when this happened, and I immediately drove up to Byron and I doorstep neighbors and I interviewed the sheriff, and the sheriff was at that point, I think, still shaken, repeating the same things over and over again. And, looking down at his boots, which maybe, I don't know if there was a phantom blood situation with the boots, but, I remember at that time somebody sent to me a clip of Tranielle singing Chris Stapleton's "Joy of My Life," which is celebrating those you love. And it was haunting to me at the time. So whether she would not have done it, I don't know. But that song, that song speaks volumes of who she was.
Yeah, I mean, she was in a bad state, presumably with all the depression, and then when you add a drug or two cocktail, and that's what the husband said immediately. Like, yeah, it was the drugs that caused her to really take a turn. Yeah.
Well, no, he was tricky because he was like, she had these horrible mind-racking conditions, but I don't want to say things that are going to deprive people of ketamine when they actually need it. He was tricky. No, he wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't black and white. Yeah.
Let's change over to FBI. Cash Patel says drone surveillance could be a way to combat cartel presence on tribal lands. They recently had that 100-person strong presence. Was that on Wind River?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know that. I don't know if drones are going to be helpful or anything, but I did see the Patel quote about building relationships between federal law enforcement, FBI, and tribal members, and that is a tough task, man. If you can do that, good luck. I mean, the federal government is not had a great history with Indians, and I can't see them being very trustful at this point. But it has to begin there. You can't just fly drones around and think you're going to bring health and prosperity to tribal lands and tribal communities. You got to get with them. You got to meet them face to face, eye to eye, handshake kind of stuff. But I don't know if that's possible.
Wow, that's a huge topic.
Yeah.
It's a huge topic. You go from, nope, not you. You go from, relegating them to reservations, which very unusual for the grand majority of tribes who were accustomed to foraging and hunting, ranging far and wide. And, then you give each native man 40 acres and a mule, and that failed miserably, and they were selling off their lands because they weren't used to that, and the reservation was diminishing. And so then the feds are like, Congress says, okay, so we're just going to hold all the lands in trust. So it's really, really hard for you to sell your land and diminish the reservation, and we're going to hold on to the land for you because you're going to sit there and figure out how to farm, figure out how to live in this economy, and we're going to make sure you don't sell everything off to perhaps unscrupulous grocers in the process to whom you owe money. Right. And so all sounds very noble, but also visibly unfortunate consequences to diminishing property rights to that extent. Visibly unfortunate here on the Wind River. And I'm not as familiar with other reservations, but when you have a piece of land that 600 people own, technically, because they've fractionated the trust, the nominal holdings to that point through the generations. I'm rambling, but and then you have people who are well-meaning, like you had Brackeen v. Holland, which is a case about child custody and the Indian Child Welfare Act and how we do those processes. Whatever, the U.S. Supreme Court decided to go with what the tribes wanted and say, okay, yes, ICWA is constitutional insofar as we've the questions that have put to us so far. It survived, at least. There's still one more question, but in doing so, they grossly expanded in the Constitution is called the Indian Commerce Clause, which is where Congress can dictate Indian commerce. They grossly expanded that in that case to mean like Congress can dictate nearly any facet of tribal life. And it's like, okay, in this case, the tribes got what they wanted, that, the child custody law was upheld. But I'm curious going forward to know what the consequences are of giving Congress just blanket authority over tribes like that. all of that. That's maybe a bigger nerd out than you asked
for. That's all right. Clair McFarland's story on what we know has been an issue for decades. I mean, the reservations in Wyoming across the American West are just rife with drugs and alcohol abuse, and in some ways they're a hopeless place, and you can see why organized drug cartels would choose that as their playground. And it's a concern for U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman, and discussing with FBI Director Kash Patel. Kash Patel did acknowledge maybe drone surveillance would be one way to cut down on what's going on there, the violence, the drugs, the murder, the trafficking, but did acknowledge it's going to need the engagement, police and FBI agents engaging with tribal leaders. Otherwise, we're not going to break through, which is correct. But again, the challenge, anyone wearing the FBI jacket on the reservation is about as welcome as an Ohio State University fan at a Michigan football game. I mean, not usually going to work. What's with this dude? He's out on, I wonder, I had a question for you, super lawyer Claire, whether your bond would be forfeited. From what I understand, this Cheyenne teacher is under accusation for touching some of his students inappropriately. He was out on bond, I think, not cash, but he was out on bail at the tune of $500,000. And then somebody gets the bright idea, maybe we ought to look on his phone, and a warrant, and they find the phone, and they find a whole mess of stuff there, and now he's back. Allegedly. Rearrested. Do you forfeit bond in that case? You haven't skipped a trial date, or you haven't run away, but you're rearrested. That's not a forfeiture of bail, would it be?
I don't recall the new allegations saying he violated the law while out on bond. Those alleged discoveries dated to images downloaded or saved or whatever as of July, or as he was out on bond in August. And so even though, yes, not violating a law is normally a condition of bond, and there might be another condition that I don't know about, another alleged violation that I don't know about, but insofar as that goes, if I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't be like, we're going to forfeit the bond because I found something old. I found something he allegedly did before he was even out on bond. Prosecutor would not do that. I want to talk about my column.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
So on Sunday, I had a stroke of inspiration and went home early from the family barbecue to write a column titled Trump's FCC chair channeled the ghost of Jen Psaki. And it was basically saying, look, the Biden administration strong-armed social media companies during the COVID era into fighting anti-vax memes, jokes, posts, links, all of it, suppressing, censoring. And if you were okay with that, but not okay with the FCC chair putting the heat on Jimmy Kimmel, Trump's FCC chair, a government actor, putting the heat on Jimmy Kimmel, then that's wrong. Conversely, if you're celebrating, if you're celebrating what happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but you lamented what happened in the COVID era, then also you need to take a gander at the First Amendment. So the reactions to this have told me who is going to be on my dystopian era team.
Yeah. That's funny. This was a tough one because as someone in the media, as someone who has a show where I'm talking 4 hours a day, and I might say something President Trump doesn't like or anyone else doesn't like, I feel for Jimmy. Like it wasn't his bosses, I felt, acting on their own. That was pressure from the FCC chair that said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. That's
the only intelligent critique of, or I guess intellectually honest critique of the column that I've seen, is people saying we don't know for sure that it was because of the FCC chair. That is an intelligent critique of the column that I do accept. That perhaps I don't get to just jump to the conclusion that it's because of FCC chair pressure, but either way, the FCC chair pressure was wrong. And so the other critiques I've seen, someone was like, I don't remember you being this or her being this feisty during the Biden censorship era on social media, which is not true. I did probably the most comprehensive story to date on that effort. So I exposed it certainly more than any other reporter in Wyoming and potentially nationally. So another person, a reporter actually was like, no, there's a difference between Jimmy Kimmel's jokes and info hazards. I'm like, okay, so firstly, info hazards is not an exception to the First Amendment. Exceptions include obscenity, child pornography, incitement to violence, true threats, defamation. Did I miss one?
I don't know. I'm still trying to think. Info hazard would be if you want.
Hazards is not on there either way.
Right.
And so my question then is this reporter wants to, let's say, do a story countering the Trump administration's finding that acetaminophen is linked to autism. If he wants to do that, if he wants to challenge that, does the Trump administration then get to proclaim him an info hazard and suppress him?
Right.
Right.
Right. That is a good. Rod Miller loved it. A lot of people loved it. That was a great opinion piece. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Thank you, Claire.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to.
No, I should have brought that. I should have led with that because that was. I enjoy that too. I had these same questions, same concerns, same thoughts. I just can't figure out how to write them down like you can.
Thank you.
Good piece. Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great Wednesday. Clair McFarland on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break. Coming right back at you after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Clair McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
We're back at it, Cowboy State Daily Show, and we're talking about the Jackson Hole Technology Partnership, the annual Wyoming Global Technology Summit. This will be the 12th annual coming up, organized by a three-headed technological monster that includes Governor Matt Mead, Jack Selby, and this guy, John Tempty. Is it John? Is that how you say your last name?
That is how you say it, yes.
So back in 2013, Governor Mead was ahead of the curve, I think, because now this is 12 years later, and we're talking about nothing but these kind of things. The tech in Wyoming. Wyoming wants to be a leader in crypto, Bitcoin, all these things we're talking about back in 2013. Governor Matt Mead saw it coming, and did he reach out, John, to some smart dudes, including PayPal, Jack Selby, including you, and he said, I need the smartest guys in the room to get together and make the Jackson Hole Technology Partnership. What is it? And take us back to the inception of this idea, because now it seems like a no-brainer. We're like, duh, we need this.
Well, you're very kind in terms of your introduction, and you're correct that Governor Mead. It all sort of started when I moved back to Wyoming. I grew up in Laramie, Wyoming, and I moved away to California for college. I ended up in Palo Alto, lived very close to the University of Stanford. And when I was out there, I ran into the guys who were starting the company that became PayPal. One of those guys was Jack Selby. He became a good friend of mine. And so when I moved back to Wyoming, I always wanted to get back to Wyoming. And so about 13 years ago, I came back to Wyoming, and when I arrived, I got a call from Governor Mead, and he wanted to talk about economic diversification. And so I thought, well, that's an interesting topic, and he was specifically interested in how to support technology entrepreneurs and tech jobs and the tech ecosystem in Wyoming. And so I thought, no better person to invite to that dinner than my pal Jack Selby. And so we got together with Governor Mead, and we talked about ideas, maybe something that we could come up with that would be supportive of the ecosystem here in Wyoming, and more specifically of the founders or people that had ideas related to tech that needed some support, whether it's access to capital or mentorship or what have you. And so that's how it kind of all started. There was a conference in Sun Valley that we thought was, it's a pretty big conference called the Allen and Company Summit. But we thought, what could we do relative to the assets we have here in Wyoming already back then? And one of the things that Jack and I knew is that we have a lot of friends that love Wyoming. They come to Wyoming to visit, and a lot of those folks kind of bounce in and out of Jackson Hole. And so we thought, what if we have a tech summit in Jackson? And what if the governor invites all of his contacts, and we'll invite all of our friends, and we'll make it an inspirational event for founders, and try to make an event for them to, essentially allow them to make connections that would otherwise be very difficult to meet. When you go out to Palo Alto like I did, as a person who didn't know anyone, it's almost impossible to get a meeting with a real investor out there unless you have you already have a Rolodex of your own contacts. I was lucky. I realized that. And so this became kind of my way to give back to the state vis-a-vis Matt Mead. And fortunately, this year, Governor Gordon will be with us, and he's been very supportive as well. And a lot has happened in the world, and also in the state of Wyoming, as you mentioned, relative to tech. So it's a pretty exciting spot to be. The thing has kind of been sort of an event where we get people from all over the world now, but we really do try to reach out to the Wyoming people. Anyone who's interested can sign up and attend. And that's kind of what makes it cool.
This tech summit is the feature of Jackson Hole Technology Partnership that this is board chair John Tempty. This 12th annual coming up through the years, over a decade now. You've had some big name people attend this summit. And if I could sum it up, is what goes on there is this is a play, as you pointed out, John, it's kind of like rather than a chance meeting in California of a movie director and an aspiring actor at a coffee shop, like this is intentionally putting together, connecting idea people with investors, with mentors, allowing them to actualize concepts. Governor Matt Mead put it best, I think. He said, I believe there are great solutions out there that we can't even imagine yet. We just need to put these like-minded people in a room and serve them cocktails. And that's like the summit just puts these people, and who knows what could come out of this when you put folks like this together. Give me an idea of who you've had in the past and some success stories of the past, maybe some startups that were launched. And then we'll talk about this year's next month, the 12th annual.
Sure. So one of the things that I think probably most people understand is tech moves very, very fast. And so when we started the Tech Summit, one of the gentlemen who kind of helped us out in a way, I don't know if he realized he was doing this, but the CEO of AT&T showed up. And when he was on our first panel, it kind of made people take us seriously. But more specifically, one of the things I thought was cool is we invited a company from Cheyenne by the name of Greenhouse Data at the time. And the CEO of that company was on the same panel. I put that gentleman on the same panel with Randall Stevenson, who at the time was the CEO of AT&T. And at the end of the panel, I watched Randall Stevenson give this CEO of Greenhouse Data in Cheyenne, Wyoming, his business card. And he said, hey, you should get a hold of me. I might have a customer for you. And when that happened in year one, I thought, you know what? Maybe I found a cause. Maybe I found something that was worth doing. And because Governor Mead was so supportive and was the visionary behind it, I thought, you know what, we're really going to support this. Since then, we've had the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture out to talk about ag and the USDA relative to ag tech and the things that could be impactful to Wyoming ranchers and landowners. And at the time he was, U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, we had Doug Burgum, who was the former governor of North Dakota, who at the time was running for president, talking about his vision for the future for America. He also started a venture fund in Fargo, North Dakota. And so he has a model for how to help companies in rural areas succeed. And we wanted to hear about that. Since then, we had one of the co-founders of Palantir, which was one of really three prominent defense tech companies in the U.S. That company emerged since we started the Tech Summit, and we had Joe Lonsdale out talking about Palantir the day after they took it public. And he came out to Jackson Hole. And then last year we had Peter Thiel, who is a huge name. He was the CEO of PayPal, and he's since gone on to do amazing things. He was the first seed investor in Facebook. He's a very interesting, dynamic person. And he came out and he talked a lot about geopolitics because this was ahead of the election and everyone wanted to know what his point of view would be on, sort of how things were going to end up post-November. And so I remember sitting there thinking, I wonder if his views are right, if his predictions are right. He was kind of reluctant to predict anything, but he was kind of, leading everyone to believe that he thought the outcome might be what it ended up being. And I thought that was very interesting. So we sort of start the conversation at the summit, talking about what's happening in the world. We talk about how that relates to the US, and then we drill down to Wyoming and we think about what are the opportunities relative to what's happening in the world for folks in Wyoming and this region, and more specifically for founders that are looking to build companies or looking for an idea. And then we as you said, we put about $9 billion in our VIP party last year, and that was excluding Peter Thiel, who's himself a billionaire. And so there's plenty of capital in the room. There are people from all over the U.S. and the world that come to the thing. We had Princess Rima one year. I interviewed her. She wanted to talk about parallels between energy producing countries and states and how we could leverage that to create jobs of the future. So it's been an interesting run. This year, we've got a whole lineup of panels and speakers. I think we probably have over 50 speakers this year. We've got Senator Loomis keynoting a panel with Kathy Wood, who's the CEO of ARK Investments, along with the CEO of Kraken, and Jack Selby's going to participate on that panel. And then we've got the CTO of the Navy coming out to talk about defense tech. We've also got JD Vance's former business partner, who they founded a venture fund together. They're going to talk about the impact that this administration has had on the tech industry and on founders getting funded, and how that's influenced the trends that are taking place. And so we try to make it totally relevant to the U.S. and then drill down to Wyoming.
We're talking to John Tempe, organizing next month, mid-month, the 12th annual Big Tech Summit going on at Teton Village. And yes, Governor Mark Gordon will be there, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, known as the Crypto Queen. So you can imagine that crypto and digital assets and Wyoming's hopeful new stable coin, that's going to be first and foremost, especially with David Ripley cracking global digital asset platforms. So you're going to be talking a lot about crypto, I would imagine. I'm interested in Education 2035. What is the modern university going to look like? Jim Mathis, WyoTech guy, is going to be there. UW Provost, Dr. Ann Alexander. That sounds pretty cool. The future of college, university.
Yes. So the University of Wyoming, since we started the Tech Summit, has been very supportive of our event. And since then, Jim Mathis was able to acquire WyoTech. And what he's done over there has been nothing short of incredible. It's also a big trend in this country. And so what we're going to talk about on this panel is, maybe starting out with asking some questions about and talking about the trends in education. If you look at the traditional, four-year school model, there's an open question about, whether or not it's worth it to go to college relative to the cost. A lot of people end up going to a four-year school, and I'm not talking about University of Wyoming specifically, because I think the university does a little bit better for our Wyoming students than leaving them with over $100,000 in debt, I hope. But I think nationally, there is an open question about the value that these kids actually get, and whether or not there are other models that might deliver similar or better value. And so that's what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about trends. They're going to talk about what might education look like in the future. And they might even get into, NIL relative to college athletes. They might talk a little bit about how come you're going to have 10 schools make a ton of money, and then you're going to have the rest probably not make that much. And so they're going to try to figure it out, and then hopefully come to the table with some solutions or some ideas for how these different assets in Wyoming can position themselves for the future, so that Wyoming can be like the most competitive, place relative to education. And that's really the goal for me as a Wyoming guy. I like to bring these people in, but I also like to get down to brass tacks about how can Wyoming benefit from this conversation that these people are having, because we try to ask tough questions, or the real questions at least, and then figure out, not just leave with, oh, that was interesting. We just, talked about a specific topic, but we could actually say, here's some kind of brass tacks, next steps that we could try to execute on or follow up on, and then try to keep track of some potential outcomes.
I'm sure you'll see John Tempe at the university college discussion. As someone who went to school with the aspirations of breaking into the NBA, you might be excited. But what happened with the basketball career, John?
Yeah, no, I started out, I was really big into basketball growing up. And I started out thinking I wanted to work in sports. And so I actually started a company when I was in college that was kind of a little sports marketing firm. And where I went to school, all of the signage was very outdated and old, and I knew that I needed to learn how to sell. And so I started a company that did that. And then that helped me get an internship at the San Francisco 49ers, which led to a job down in Arizona with the Phoenix Suns for a short bit. After I worked in sports for a while, I realized that I was just drawn to Silicon Valley because at that time, email was a relatively new thing, and I had run into this young group of people that were starting, what became PayPal, and they were just totally dynamic, crazy smart. I mean, if we look at the folks that have come out of the original PayPal mafia, they call it, it's the big names that people talk about every day in the Wall Street Journal. I mean, Elon Musk worked there. So, it's YouTube was born out of that group. The list goes on and on and on. So I left and I went, to work with these guys who I thought were really incredible entrepreneurs. And I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. And now I realized that over the decade plus that we've done the Tech Summit, we've had 10 very successful founders come through, and they were building companies at the time when they came through the Tech Summit. One of the things I always tried to do was bring someone who was kind of like up and coming to the summit to talk about what they were doing, but also to talk about how they were overcoming challenges. Being an entrepreneur is one of the hardest careers you could ever pick. And so I always tried to make this event something that would be supportive, and again, with the Wyoming founders in mind. But to that end, I realized a couple of years ago that we had 10 very successful companies, founders come through, and those presented very good investment opportunities, not only for myself, but for others. And so as a way to kind of quantify outcomes or sort of the byproduct of all these relationships that the summit has kind of facilitated over the years, I thought we'd put together a venture capital fund. It's a for-profit venture fund that I seeded, and we invest in the best and brightest that come through the Tech Summit every year. And we're big believers that since COVID, we've now seen this wave of really incredibly smart founders move to the mountain regions, and Wyoming is a part of that. And so we're hopeful to be supportive of the ecosystem in that way. So not enough just to have a Tech Summit. You got to be able to put some money where your mouth is. And we want to be supportive of the best and brightest in this region as well.
Find out more. This big Tech Summit is coming up next month. October 16th, that's a Thursday, jacksonholetechpartnership.org, where to learn more. And they're going to discuss on the very myriad panels all kinds of topics, obviously digital assets. We talked about the future of education, universities and colleges. What are they going to look like in 10 years? And also the hot topic is nuclear. You're going to have representatives from INL, Radiant, Uranium Energy Corp there. That's a big hot issue. So a lot going on. Can we get registered? We'll just go to that website, right?
That's right. Just jacksonholetechpartnership.org. If you click on the summit link, there's a registration link there, and everybody's welcome. This is not something, one of the things when we started this thing is, for some reason, it sort of seemed like an invite-only thing. That's never been the case. I think the idea is to share, right? It's to bring these people in that have firsthand knowledge of what's going on in their industries, and to actually allow people to hear it firsthand. And so anyone who's interested is welcome to sign up and pop in and attend. And what I think you'll find is, because it's not a corporate driven event only by or owned by any one specific interest, I think you'll find a diverse set of opinions. and a really dynamic audience at this event. And normally we get between 300 and 500 people, and I think we sell out at about 500. And so we've got, there are a fair amount of seats still open. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this, and I can't thank you enough for giving me the opportunity to come on, is just to let people know that if you're interested in any of these topics, we put together a board that really each board member that we have is an expert in each one of these spaces that we have panels about. And so we really do try to get people to show up. We've never paid a speaker. They're all here just to share their knowledge and expertise. And so anyone who wants to come to the thing can register and sign up, and it should be pretty incredible networking as well.
Yeah, whether you're there just to learn or network or rub elbows with some of the greatest minds of our time. Yes. Hey, thanks for organizing this and coming on today. John Tempty, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Jake.
You bet. We'll remind folks again as we get closer, but that's October 16th going on at Walk Festival Hall, Teton Village in Jackson Hole. Yeah, have a great day, John. We'll take a break, and we're going to head to Jared Petrino right after this.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so
Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Let's get back in studio as we welcome Jared Petrino. We're going to talk all things UW sports. Jared, last week, some good things, some bad things. Cowboys took too long to get started with the offense. Ralphie the 7th and the Buffs got off to a fast start. Ralphie the 7th looks quick for a Bison.
Yeah.
Holy cow, he was running. I thought he was going to drag the handlers clear across the state of Colorado. Yeah, Wyoming just started too late to get the offense in gear. And, you know, I think it's tough when you're playing back-to-back Big 12 opponents. You're stepping up and you're learning things, I'm sure, by the time you're all done. But Wyoming had their chances. It's just that offense is archaic. They're stuck in the Stone Age, I think. You know, run, pass. I don't know. What do you think? What's your takeaway?
Yeah, I think like we talked about last week, I think the biggest thing was they couldn't get them confidence early, and they just got their butts licked pretty good by Houston. So they were kind of gotten called out by their coaching staff. And, after the first quarter, things were still 0-0, and, they hadn't really gotten anything really, really going yet. And, but, you give them one big play on offense, and all of a sudden it just strikes the match, and so I think they got some confidence, and they started getting more confidence. And the only thing that we probably could have done to get things going is getting some momentum on offense, and we just weren't getting that at the time. And I am happy to see in the second half they were able to do some things, and get some points on the board and sustain some drives. But you just can't do those things on a game like that, on the road, in an environment like that. And just it was the first time our defense also gave up some big plays that they hadn't shown all year, and just wasn't their best showing. As coach said, they need to play a lot better, and especially in the secondary. And I think, those are the things that just kind of happened that couldn't all the things that could go wrong went wrong a little Murphy's Law, to get that game going. But at the same time, I was happy to see their fight in the second half.
Yeah, that's one thing that's been a positive of the Cowboy football team is that they're not going to quit on you. And that poor defense, I mean, they've been really good this year, but they're just stressed so much by an offense that isn't keeping up, and they're on the field a lot. Caden Anderson's got to get off to better starts. He takes a while for him to heat up. When he does, he's great. But it just takes too long. He's got to come off the bus better. Toad looked good. Toad Harris, 19 carries, 126 yards. There were positives.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell he belongs. He looks electric when he touches the ball. Anytime he gets the ball in his hands, not very often is he stopped for less than a 5-yard gain, it seems like, and if he does, you're surprised. So, and they're finding great ways of getting him the ball, and whether it's through the run game or the screen game, they're getting the ball in his hands, and he's shown to be very, very electric and done some really good things these past couple of weeks, especially.
Jared, let me ask you about the off week. Is that normal for most colleges to begin their season with out of conference play? Some colleges schedule cream puffs so they can beat up on them and look good, feel good. Some schedule teams that are going to be a tough, heavy lift, and the kids are going to learn by getting knocked around. And then you go to conference play. Is it normal to have that week off? Like we're off this weekend. Is that just couldn't find an opponent, or you want to take a week off before you dig into conference?
Yeah, no, that's usually, that's the schedule set out so long ago that it just ends up being coincidental. I think this year that it was the non-conference season, and then now we get a bye, and then we start conference. If I was on staff, I would love it. I think it's a great way of kind of getting a recharge, getting everything ready to go, starting the conference season, getting 2 weeks to prepare for your first, conference game. I think that'd be a huge asset. Get some guys that maybe are nicked up or banged up a little bit. Get them back into the realm of things. I think that's huge. And especially with this first one being UNLV, it's going to be a really good one at home. Hopefully we have a great home crowd. Everyone can get there. We can talk more about that next week, but yeah, I think that's huge going into the conference season, and having the ability to kind of get a recharge and get everybody's body. Cause people think it's only been 4 weeks of games, but these guys have been going since July 28th. I mean, that was their first report date, first practice. So you think about, they've been going straight for a month, playing 4 games, and then now this is a good timing for one. And now the schedule's set out. There's 2 bye weeks in the season, so this is a good one for the first one, I think. And then later on this season, you'll have another one. But
next week we will look at UNLV, but if you want to take a peek ahead, that's going to be tough. This is a team that has a lot of offense. They beat UCLA. They beat Miami of Ohio. They've scored a ton of points. They give up a lot of points, but that's going to be a wild one.
Yeah, it is, and they found ways to win. I mean, last week they came back and they didn't look very good against Miami of Ohio there, and they came back and found a way to win that game late. And obviously they're super talented. They're going to have speed out there. They have a new quarterback in this that I believe they lost their starting quarterback, I think game 2 for the season. But the backup obviously is showing that he can be just as good, and they're still scoring a bunch of points. So it'll be a good challenge. And like I said, it'd be a great, step one for the Pokes in the conference season. To get a win over UNLV would be huge.
The ladies playing volleyball, the UW volleyball team 4-7, and they begin Mountain West play with a pair of home matches, Colorado State and Air Force, I think, at home coming up.
Yeah, and that's a tough start. CSU's got a very good women's volleyball program, but it's also nice to have them paired up with Air Force. So, to get at home, obviously, you want to win all your home games, and that CSU game is always a huge game there in the Uniwyo complex there. It's going to be a huge crowd. It's going to be awesome. Hopefully they can steal one at home against CSU and take care of business against Air Force to start off their conference season 2-0.
I would love that. And UW Rodeo, the men's looking for their 8th straight regional title. The women back-to-back wins sit at the top of the region. Our Cowboys and Cowgirls rodeo team, always top-notch.
So absolutely. There's no better place to be for rodeo than University of Wyoming, in my opinion. So
yeah. All right, what are we going to do without a weekend of Cowboy football?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'm going to actually kind of be able to relax and not have to stress out about something. That was one thing last Saturday. You kind of had that stress level all day a little bit, having to wait till 8:15. But this will be kind of nice to kind of relax and enjoy some football, watch some future opponents play probably. So.
Yeah, and Prime not disclosing the quarterback. We were wondering who was going to be the signal caller, and he wouldn't say. He wanted to keep us all guessing. Did you see that Dion says sometimes, he said people always spell his name wrong, including himself, he said.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
That's why he just goes as Prime. He doesn't even know how to spell his own name. All right. Go Pokes. Jared, have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We're on YouTube, X, Facebook Live. We're on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. And we're on select exclusive radio stations throughout the state, the best of the best radio. When you're ready to listen to the show, you can run it back. Download the podcast version wherever you listen and download your favorite podcasts. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, back after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Fans of one Yellowstone National Park's most popular wolves are mourning her death. The young female 1479F was reportedly shot legally by a hunter this month after straying out of the park and into Montana. But the incident has caused controversy. Cowboy State Daily's outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that there is a case to be made for both sides.
I think a substantive argument to be made about questioning hunting wolves right on just past the park boundary, because these folks are saying these wolves are they're so used to being around people and people not being a threat. How fair is that? But on the other side, there's also a good substantive argument that, the state's management policies are the state management policies. You can't expect the states to adhere to federal policies. How is that fair?
Wolf 1479F was about 2.5 years old and was reportedly killed by a hunter last week. Requests for confirmation and details of the wolf's death from Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the National Park Service were not answered by publication time. During a meeting of the House Judiciary Committee last Wednesday, U.S. House Representative Harriet Hageman discussed with FBI Director Kash Patel recent efforts to make reservations, such as the Wind River Indian Reservation in Wyoming, a priority in the federal fight on drugs and crime. Cowboy State Daily's Clair McFarland reports that the FBI director said drug cartels are dropping their products from the air onto tribal reservations across the nation, and it's time for federal authorities to launch counter-drone operations.
Kash Patel testified before a House committee last week, but Representative Harriet Hageman asked him about law enforcement on tribal reservations. Wyoming, of course, has the Wind River, a sizable tribal reservation that's had some reported drug trafficking. In a Judiciary Subcommittee, experts testified that cartels have thousands of drones and they'll attack their foes with them. I think the counter-drone activity that Kash Patel is asking for funding and support for is going to be more like a detection, a disabling, sort of airborne tech wars.
Hageman pointed to the recent marshaling of around 100 agents to the Wind River Indian Reservation under interim U.S. Attorney for Wyoming, Darren Smith. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
2.5 weeks after the University of Wyoming's marching band had its big moment at Empower Field at Mile High canceled by lightning, the Denver Broncos are extending a new invitation to the band's seniors. It won't, however, involve performing. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that on Tuesday, the Broncos invited the seniors from the UW Western Thunder Marching Band to attend the October 19th game against the New York Giants as their special guests.
It turned out Broncos have all their halftimes booked already, as you would expect many NFL teams too, so that was not a possibility. The Broncos sent the band director an email that said, 1, we are going to invite you back to perform next season. We just don't have any spots now. But then for the graduating seniors, they're not going to be able to do it. So what the Broncos did is they invited all the seniors in the band to the Giants game on October 19th. So they'll get a free, all expenses paid trip and ticket to the Broncos game.
Joseph Carver, the director of the Western Thunder Marching Band, said the Broncos have gone out of their way to make students feel special. And once the headquarters of the Wyoming Tie and Timber Company, the Triangle Sea Ranch near DuBois has been a dude ranch for the last 93 years. Well, the property, which is entirely within the Shoshone National Forest, is now on the market, listing for almost $5 million. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own this little slice of Wyoming history.
This is just the latest in kind of a wave of legacy ranches that have come up for sale in Wyoming and given it really a name. It's not just suitable for horseback riding, it's really suitable as a base camp of adventure in the DuBois area.
Now, while there's no deeded land in this offering, the property includes all the buildings and equipment, as well as the Forest Service leases, making it a turnkey dude ranch opportunity for just the right buyer. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday. Great to talk UW Sports with Jared Petrino. We usually see eye to eye on the Cowboy football team. Last week, the loss to the Colorado Buffaloes, CSU Buffaloes. It's a game that Wyoming certainly could have won. They just don't have the horsepower on offense to hang with some of these Big 12 teams, some of these bigger colleges. Good defense has always been the staple of Wyoming Cowboys. The defense was there, but boy, that offense has just got to come into a new age of the way they play offense nowadays. I don't know. Rodeo team's great, and the volleyball team, they're ready to kick off Mountain West Conference play. Who is our, we should have Renee Jean with us shortly. No, actually we have Zach, and Zach may still be on the world's longest vacation. I'm jealous, Zach. Zachary Sontag. Still not here. So we will move on to other Cowboy State Daily stories that we haven't got to yet, including fans mourning the popular wolf. It's amazing this day and age of social media how superstar status some of these wildlife have become. I mean, Grizzly 399 achieving celebrity status, and even wolves getting in on it as well. I did not know. I know some wolves are known, whether it's for their ability to cover tremendous ground. There was one wolf that went from Yellowstone like all the way to California, right? And that wolf was kind of popular. But apparently these wolves have their own fan club, and there's fans of Wolf 1479F, a young female that was recently killed in Montana last week. The wolf was killed legally in a wolf hunt, but it does bring up interesting concerns that Mark Hines points out in the story. A 2.5-year-old wolf killed by a hunter last week in the wilderness hunt in Montana. This is, of course, not in Yellowstone property. You can't hunt in Yellowstone, the national park. But Wolf 1479F was part of the Junction Butte Pack, highly visible wolf pack, pretty popular with photographers and wolf watchers. There was one woman, Christina Gaylor, an avid follower of the pack. She knew 1479. She knew of this wolf, and she was in tears when she talked to Cowboy State Daily about the loss of 1479F. She said the young female was a delight to watch. Gaylor said she was one of the funniest wolves you could ever observe. She made me laugh a lot. That wolf was very, very distracted by everything all the time. She played a lot. She just loved this wolf who was killed in the hunt. Now, I think both Gaylor and another wolf observer were not particularly against wolf hunting, but they did bring up a good point that Mark Hines also highlights in this story is when you have legal wolf hunting on the border of Yellowstone. Of course, the wolf doesn't know whether it's in Yellowstone National Park. It doesn't know whether it's in Montana. The wolf doesn't know when it steps out of the national park where it is protected and when it steps in WMU 316, which is a wilderness hunt unit. It has no idea. So is it fair to the wolves to have legal hunting right here and then a foot away have non-legal hunting? Because the wolves in Yellowstone National Park get pretty used to people They get used to cars and humans to the point where they don't really fear humans all that much. And is it fair to then all of a sudden have the wolf be challenged by a human with a rifle and hunting him? It is a concern, but I don't know how you fix something like that. It's going to be tough because there is legal wolf hunting in bordering states to Yellowstone National Park. And it's tough whenever you see a wolf, especially a popular wolf that people know and knew. You see that wolf taken by a hunter. It's sometimes hard to deal with. Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check that out. Still don't have many answers from the Cheyenne Police Department on the shooting at King Soopers grocery store. That happened last weekend on Saturday. Cheyenne PD has said that it's a case of road rage that culminated in the parking lot of King Soopers in downtown Cheyenne. The department says the investigation is ongoing. There have been no arrests. What we have learned from Jackson Walker's story is police responded to the King Soopers on Del Range Boulevard around 9 o'clock at night. Reports of gunshots. Officers located one man on scene, a 19-year-old struck by gunfire. That's your victim. The 19-year-old was traveling with a couple of other friends, 3 friends in a Chevy Cavalier, when they had some kind of road altercation with a man driving a Ford Raptor. And that whole road rage incident culminated in the King Super parking lot where the 19-year-old was shot dead. The shooter, the alleged shooter, surrendered to police, said, yeah, I'm the guy, and then presumably explained what happened. There have been no arrest, investigation ongoing, and according to the Laramie County Coroner Rebecca Reed, we still don't have the identity of the 19-year-old victim. She would not yet release the identity as the investigation continues. So a few more answers, few more things filled in on the King Super shooting. But Jackson Walker from the Cowboy State Daily not fully up on all the answers. Let's take a quick break. We'll get award-winning New York Times best-selling author CJ Box into the discussion. He'll be here momentarily. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go. somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. And, oh, man, I got to put my hat back on. It's dreadful. We get New York Times best-selling author CJ Box. It's about time we had you on the show. I'm so excited. CJ, I've read almost everything you've written, all the Joe Pickett series right there.
I see them.
I read them all. I love it, love it, love it. So good.
Great.
And I have so many questions.
Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great.
Okay, good. I'm never sure if these things work or not.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Believe me, I've had to tech out this end of the show many times. But yeah, you sound great. You look great. I want to talk about where you are today, CJ Box, and a new book out, not a Joe Pickett, right? You got just 3 weeks and debuted at number 7 on the New York Times bestseller list with the book called 3 Weeks.
It's called 3 Weeks to Say Goodbye. That is incredible because that book is not new. It came out in 2006. It was recently reissued by the publisher. They put it out in paperback, and it became a New York Times bestseller, which I was shocked after all this time. No, that book is I don't want to say it's old, like, people wouldn't enjoy it, but because it's very, very dark. But yeah, it's been around for a long time.
Okay, I do want to talk the Joe Pickett series. Obviously,
sure.
A lot of this stuff you probably heard a million times when you're out doing book tours, and you've probably heard it from your fans, of which I should be president of the fan club. I stand CJ Box, and I love the Joe Pickett. And the big thing that appeals to me, that I think appeals to a lot of people, smart of you to do this, is to make the hero, the protagonist, to make Joe Pickett human, make him very real. He's a Dudley Do-Right with his approach to game laws. He's not the world's greatest shot, even when he can find his gun. He's not your prototypical hero. In fact, if you're looking for a swashbuckler, that would be Nate Romanowski. But yeah,
right.
I think Joe Pickett, he just speaks to us because he's a real guy and he's a family guy.
Well, yes, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't as strategic as I wish it was. That I really thought it all out. For one time, when I wrote the very first book, which was Open Season, it was called originally Joe Pickett. I had no thought in mind that at all that it would 27 years later there would be this many books. I didn't intend to write a series. I was writing a book about basically, the endangered species law and how well-meaning legislation can go awry on the ground where it actually takes place. And it was all based on a real Wyoming story, which is the discovery of black-footed ferrets up by Meeteetse. And I thought that was a fascinating kind of story that these creatures had been there all along, but people had never reported that they were there because they knew it would happen. And I thought that was a great New West kind of issue-oriented story. And I thought the best protagonist to carry that story would be a Wyoming game warden, because they would be involved in that kind of land issue and resource issue and endangered species to some degree. And so I wanted to kind of go against type and not have my hero be the kind of guy who beats everybody up and all the women want to be with him. And I wanted to make him a real guy because the game wardens I was doing ride-alongs with at the time, I thought were interesting enough. So that's how Joe Pickett, that's how he came to be. And then the book was finally picked up by Putnam and Sons, in New York, big New York publisher. They wanted 2 more books with Joe Pickett, so that's how it began.
That's interesting to learn that you didn't envision this being a series and ongoing, because it does present a few challenges. You've got to now build a life for Joe Pickett moving forward. He's got a wife, Mary Beth. He's got daughters that I'm in love with, both of them, Sheridan and Lucy. I mean, they're so real, CJ. I just root for them. I hate to hear like Sheridan's having a problem in her dorm room at UW. I'm like, I'd like Dad. I want to just get in my truck and drive down there and step in for her. The adopted April. The family is so real. So tell me now, you have this one-off idea of the idea that wasn't really game warden centric. You just happened to plug in the game warden for an issue that was very topical. That was a great issue. That's Western. It's Wyoming. But now all of a sudden you're kind of stuck in a series. You don't know how long it's going to go, and you're like, I got this guy Joe Pickett. I have to age him. How fast? He's got a wife, his daughters. How do we progress through the life of Joe Pickett? So how did you go from one book to 23?
Well, 26 now with Joe Pickett. The 26th will be out in February. I made the decision early on with the second book to do it in real time, to age everybody in real time. Okay. The second book takes place 1 year after the first book, and this third book takes 3 years. Since then, they haven't all taken place a year after. Some are 4 months, some are back to back. But by keeping it in real time, I think it makes, at least for me as a writer, it makes it more interesting and challenging to age the family. I mean, Sheridan Pickett is 7 years old in open season, and a lot of the story is told from her point of view, and she's now 26. In the current book, and everybody's out of all 3 girls of age. They're all out of the house. Joe and Mary Beth have an empty nest, but by changing it, by maturing everyone and giving everybody, different characteristics and personalities, I think it keeps it fresh from book to book because people change. It's interesting to see where the girls' paths are going, especially in the next book, which is more about them than it is about Joe for the first time.
I can't wait. Some other Joe Pickett series books play up different characters. In some stories, Joe's friend Nate Romanowski has more prominent roles. Nate is really where you get to go wild. Joe is in a CJ box. Like, you know what you're going to get with Joe Pickett, but with Nate, he really allows you to develop a character that He's got 1 foot in different places, 2 feet in different places. Nate's unique.
Right, he is, and he's a fun character to write. For those who haven't read the books, Nate Romanowski is a outlaw falconer with a special forces background, and he has his own code and carries one of the largest handguns in the world, and he's good at it. And he pops up, but he doesn't necessarily solve all of Joe's problems, but he often joins him in solving big problems. And like you said, some books have been more Nate-centric. The current one that's out there, Battle Mountain, that's the last Joe Pickett book, is more a Nate book than a Joe book. But yeah, I have different characters step forward in each one and highlight them. And some it's just pure Joe Pickett, against the wild or whatever. But I haven't had a problem yet coming up with a new idea for a new book. I never have had the situation where I'm sitting there staring at a blank screen going, what's Joe Pickett going to do now? Luckily, the ideas have always come pretty naturally.
Yeah, and that was going to be a question of mine. We're talking to CJ Box, best-selling author based in Casper, of the Joe Pickett series for sure that you probably know. We'll talk about the TV adaptation in a minute, but sure. I was going to ask you, how at this point, Joe's done more things than your average game warden. I got a game warden right out the window here, Kyle Lash, in the Jackson area, and Kyle probably wouldn't say I get into all these kind of situations, but the next idea is ready and waiting.
Yes, it is. I mean, the thing is, when you mention that Joe Pickett is a kind of a real person, a real guy, I think that is very helpful in the series because I know that readers have to suspend disbelief to a pretty large degree to think a game warden is going to have all of these adventures and encounters and experiences over his lifetime. But I think by keeping Joe real, it kind of helps with that sense of disbelief that even though no one is ever going to be involved in this many big predicaments, at least he is grounded and real, and I think that helps somewhat. It does for me as a writer anyway.
Yeah. CJ, let me ask you about the writing process. I asked this of all content creators, storytellers, and authors who have developed characters. Some more so than others. Your characters are very three-dimensional. They're not just put in a box. They really come to life, but they are dependable in, I kind of know what Joe's going to do. I know how Mary Beth, his wife, thinks and how she'll act. How do you tell the story? How are you so conscious of keeping all the characters in your mind and making them act the way they're supposed to in a story? Do you just throw them out there and they tell the story, or do you have to? Is it a lot of work to say, "Oh, Lucy would never do this"? Or
I think one of the most fundamental things I think to writing any book or series is to develop the correct points of view. Who is telling the story and I do a lot of point of view switching in the books, depending on whether it's Joe or Nate or Mary Beth or whatever. So once you know their point of view, once you know their motivation, then it's pretty easy to create scenes and characters where they're in their lane. I'm not telling it from an omniscient point of view. Every scene, every story is told from someone's point of view. So that helps develop a character. And I think, like I said, get them in their certain lane so that they don't do something uncharacteristic of them. And, since we know the characters so well, readers would pick up immediately if they thought that, somebody's getting outside their lane.
CJ, to what degree is a novelist such as yourself drawing from real life? Joe Pickett is dependable, faithful to his wife, Mary Beth. Are you, Joe? Is Mary Beth your wife? And more importantly, is the Cruella de Vil mother-in-law, Missy, your mother-in-law?
No, I always like to say that Missy is not based on my mother-in-law because my mother-in-law is worse than that, which is not true. Not true, Jake. I just do that for a joke. My mother-in-law is a big fan of the story. But no, I mean, obviously, you draw from the people characters I mean, I have 3 adult daughters now. 4 grandkids, and there aren't any grandkids in the books yet. But I've drawn things from raising girls and their interplay and how they stack up. And my wife is a horsewoman, so any of the horse scenes or characteristics in the books I get from them. But the characters in the book are not my family, but I use certain aspects of all of them mixed up in a way to create the characters.
I imagine a huge eye opener and a huge reward for an author is to see how someone else experiences the books. You probably have talked to many readers, many fans of the Joe Pickett series while you're out doing book signing tours and learn what it means to them. That's pretty cool. But nowhere more so does it really come to life when you look at a TV or film adaptation of your books. And to see what Hollywood thinks of your books. How do they cast your characters? How do they envision Joe Pickett's home? Was that a mind blower to see what they did, as far as the studio execs, how they interpreted your books?
Yes, it was. And it was really kind of eerie. The set that they did for Saddle String, Wyoming was actually in Canada. So they found a little town up there that I thought served well as Saddle String. They created a whole city block with the right names of the businesses, and then outside of town is where Joe and Mary Beth's house was, and they got it so right that it was eerie for me to walk through the sets, because some of the things I swear I didn't write in the books. They just figured out or made it.
Yeah.
So I was really impressed with that. And they tried to be as authentic as they could, I thought. 2 seasons of Joe Pickett it's now on Prime and what is the other?
Paramount Plus.
Started out on Spectrum. Yeah, Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
But I thought they did a good job with the setting and the scenery. Pretty much, I had nothing to do with the casting, but I thought overall they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what your degree of involvement. We've heard of some book turned to movie, book turned to TV series, and the author is very hands-on, micromanaging, like this is how the book, or I think you were more, you visited the set, but otherwise you just let it take its place and maybe pleasant surprises like, oh, that's a neat casting. I would have never thought of that. And you must have thought somehow you had stuff stolen out of your head. Like, how did they know that?
Right. I thought so. And some of the things they added, I have to admit, I thought, God, I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have thought of that. That was good. Some things I thought, why did they do that? Those idiots. But that's just how it goes. And the thing is, I wrote the books. I know what their roadmap is. And as long as I'm vain enough, I think as long as they stick to the books, it will be okay. Once they go outside of those books and those stories, they're on their own, and it may not work as well. And I think that's happened because I've had that experience with the Joe Pickett show, but also Big Sky that was on ABC is based on my other but Cassie Duell books. That went 3 seasons. And by the 3rd season of that one, they were all off on their own. And,
they were off the reservation.
And my wife and I had actually watched the show and just cringe and just kind of think, what are they thinking? And I think a lot of viewers thought that too, because it went 3 seasons and that was it.
Now, how does CJ Box even know when someone is getting off script or out of the book? Because I've heard you admit that you might not win your own trivia contest. The Joe Pickett annual trivia contest last month, August 16th. You got a group of people who drill down so deep on the Joe Pickett series books that they know stuff you forgot.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time.
Wow.
Think about it. It's 26. I've written total 31 novels. Trying to remember every single detail in every one gets tough. The publisher, though, just recently, I'm amazed by it. They created a Joe Pickett Bible. in a sense. It's several hundred pages of every reference, every little street that's named, everything, so that they and I can look back and make sure I'm not changing things from book to book.
That's probably useful for yourself to make sure you're staying on track. That's interesting. All right, let's change gears, CJ. Tell me about, for anybody out there and listeners who may be aspiring writers, I'm always interested to hear how you approach writing, how you do it. Do you carve time out in a day to sit down and say, I'm going to write today, this morning from this time to this time? Or how do you do it? When does inspiration hit? How do you choose to approach the job of being a novelist?
I always, it's worked the same way for me from the very first book to the one I'm working on right now. I always start first with the issue set. Where there's a controversy, whether it's a crime, whether it's a real event, and usually things that are happening in Wyoming, energy related, resource related, energy data, and then I research the heck out of that and find out as much as I can from both sides of a controversial subject too. I try to interview people. Once I have that issue set, then I think, how can I pull a reader through this maybe mundane, they think, issue in a page-turning way? And I sit down and I do a bullet point outline from page 1 through the end. And then I literally start writing on top of that outline. When I've got it's the prep work sometimes takes almost as long as the writing.
Oh, yeah.
To get it all figured out. Then I sit down and I hammer out at least 1,000 words a day. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4,000 words, but 1,000 words a day. Then the next day I edit what I wrote the day before, and then I push forward another 1,000 words. And that's my process. And even though it's outlined, I may change it throughout the whole process. I may get to the end and completely change the ending that I had in mind the entire time, because it works better, or because someone suggested, like my wife said, why don't you do this? So that's the process for me.
Yeah, speaking of the wife, first eyes on the manuscript, what's their ability to make it better? You have editors, I'm sure, at the publishing house. And then, you've got a wife that says, hey, why don't you try this?
Yes, she gets it first, and she's a good editor, and she has good ideas. And then my 3 daughters all get the manuscript simultaneously, and then they offer notes. And then I incorporate those notes before it ever goes to my editor. And because they sometimes have better knowledge of the characters or little quirks I have, Dad, how many times does the sky have to be gunmetal gray, kind of things that I can fix ahead of time. And then it goes to the editor, and then that process begins.
CJ Box, the author behind the Joe Pickett series. We're talking to CJ, and a few more things, CJ, while we got you. You, as far as I know, are not a game warden, nor are you able to train falcons to go out and do what they do. You've had to do an enormous amount of research on that, and probably really partner up with actual game wardens and actual falconers. Well, it takes a lot of people to get you up to speed on these.
It does. Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to be able to do ride-alongs with game wardens. When we used to live in Cheyenne, the local game warden there was Mark Nelson. He's still with the Game and Fish Department. And I used to go on regular ride-alongs with him and pepper him with questions. We've since moved. We have a little ranch by Saratoga, and I was able to go with the local game warden here as well. And so that keeps me kind of up on that. And falconry is just, I grew up with a good friend who's based on Nate Romanowski, or Nate Romanowski's based on him, who's a falconer. And I learned all of my falconry stuff from him, and he's still around in the state of Wyoming.
Yeah, Nate's kind of the Kramer of the Seinfeld group. You need just that oddball guy, and he probably is sort of based on someone in real life. How's your golf game, CJ?
It's not good, but it's getting better.
Not where it needs to be.
No, I've actually improved a little bit, but I would not call myself a golfer. I'm a fisherman. I'll tell you, I'm a fisherman.
I like that.
But I'm becoming a golfer.
I love the partnership with Wyoming Distillery. Joe Pickett enjoys a bourbon every once in a while after he comes home from a hard day. That's pretty cool to have.
Actually, it's Pine Bluffs Distillery.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Pine Bluffs.
Yeah, they're great to work with. They created the Joe Pickett bourbon. We were involved in every step of the way, and it's really good. When they released it, it sold out in 9 minutes. We had no idea the demand would be like that. So.
Well, I could have guessed that. One last thing in the book, I think we've all learned now that the Easter eggs in the Joe Pickett series, the names of people in books, names of real people, names that we know. I just talked earlier today to Don Day, famed meteorologist, probably the only name in one of your novels that gets to play himself.
Yes, that's true.
But others, it's what a great idea, because you've got to think of so many different names for a character. Why not make some of them actual people, auction off the process? Diane Schober was in a book.
Right.
How many people what's that like? And explain to the listeners that if you win an opportunity to have your name in a CJ Box Joe Pickett novel, you never know if you're going to last long. You might be killed in the first chapter. You might be the bad guy.
That's right. Yeah. What I do is I give out to worthy charities your name in a CJ Box novel form, and the winning bidder can designate themselves or their wives or relative, whoever they want, and their name will be in it, but they have no editorial control on how that name's going to be used, and it's more likely going to be a bad guy or a victim, a name. There's no guarantees how it will be used. But over the years, I've got to count it up. I've done this hundreds of times now. There are hundreds of names. And I've got a stack sitting in front of me right now for the next book of, I think, 12 different names that I've got to incorporate and work in. And I always try to make, if I know the person, I try to make the character not that person at all. Yeah. I'm not except for Don Day, of course.
Yeah.
But otherwise it's just a male name, plug in a male name, female, plug in a female. And I think that's for Wyoming readers, especially, they enjoy that, being able to see people's names they recognize.
I've recognized a bunch. Is there going to be any more? This book, my wife loves it. I read this in Mexico, and then I gave it to my wife. She read it. Is there going to be any more of this series, Cassie Duel?
I think there will be, but I haven't started the next one yet.
Okay.
I will say that Cassie Duel makes an appearance in the next Joe Pickett book, which isn't giving away too much. And I like that kind of interplay. So I don't know where that's going, but I think it's two worlds collide.
Well, I so appreciate your work and your being on the show. What a great opportunity. We got to do it again, CJ, and I'm excited for the next book whenever that happens.
February 23rd, called The Crossroads.
That's my birthday, by the way.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, we're great. Happy birthday. We'll do that'll be pub day for me.
Yours is November 9th, right?
That's correct. I don't know how you knew that.
I know everything. I told you I was president of your fan club. That's so exciting. I'll get that for my birthday. I can't miss it. I love the Joe Pickett series. Love what you're doing. CJ Box, New York Times bestselling author and Wyoming's own. I love that. CJ, thank you.
Thank you. This has been fun. Let's do it again.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We'll run for the finish line on this Wednesday.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Big thanks to CJ Box. What a special treat to have CJ on the show to talk about his body of work, which includes 26 Joe Pickett novels. I've read them all, except for this new one that'll be out February 23rd. Exciting to see that extended out. Obviously, I'm enamored with CJ, the author, and the book, and it's like meeting an idol to talk to him. But for CJ, can you imagine seeing his book, stuff that is lived only in his imagination, and then transferred to his typewriter, which I assume is a keyboard in a computer. Nobody uses the typewriter since Hemingway, right? But to go from his brain to a keyboard and then to our eyeballs, that's the usual process. To watch all his imagination then be interpreted by film and TV people as the Joe Pickett series was adapted to TV and made 2 seasons. Should have been more, and there's talk of maybe bringing that back, but yeah, should have been more. To watch how it was cast, how the sets were built. What is someone else's impression of Joe Pickett, of Mary Beth Pickett, of the daughters, of Nate, of all his characters? How does someone else see them? and cast them and build that into a TV show, into a different medium, a different art medium. That has to be fascinating for any of us who have our own idea of what Joe looks like and acts like, and have our own idea of a CJ Box story and what it should look like. That's the beauty of books, is we get to make up our own impressions of what the story should go like and what the characters look like. And to watch someone else interpret that, someone else being, Hollywood TV execs, that's got to be so interesting to sit back and say, I never thought of Joe cast like that, or of the house, the Pickett home looking like that. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Thanks, CJ, for coming on. Whatever happened with the New Jersey drones? I don't know why I just thought of that, but remember back over the winter, like there were drones over New Jersey, mysterious drones. Nobody knew what they were, what they were doing. The FAA said, we don't know what they are. They're not ours. Nobody knew what the drones, and then it wasn't just New Jersey. There was a whole mess of drones over Wyoming, down there in it was Sweetwater County, right? And now all of a sudden, that's not news. They went away as mysteriously as they came. What happened with all the weird drones that were spying on us, doing something? We don't hear about them anymore. I just thought that's kind of weird. Man, I am in complete alignment with this Facebook post that says, at this point, I'm willing to pay more money for appliances with zero smart features and just physical knobs and actual buttons to do everything. I am, for instance, like the wife and I got a new washer dryer set. New being like it is tech filled with features. But the problem is it's harder to work. The dryer quits working all the time because the dryer senses some problem. The dryer says, the external duct is 80% full. I'm going to have to shut down. And I'm like, what external duct? The dryer pumps out its air into a basement. It's not full. I'm looking at it. Yeah. So the dryer has all these issues. It senses all these problems, and it won't work. Same thing with the washer. These are everyday appliances have become so high tech. They actually work against us. You need a computer degree. You need to be able to write code to run these things. I got an oven that can tell you, that can text you. Can you imagine getting a text from your oven? The oven texts you when it needs cleaning. Attention, you could be out doing something and you're interrupted by a text from your oven that informs you it needs immediate cleaning. Well, if the oven is smart enough to text me, it should be smart enough to clean itself. Go ahead and turn yourself on and perform some self-cleaning if you've got such an issue. These high-tech appliances. I said there's a Facebook meme about an old refrigerator from, like the 1980s. And they said, you know what? It's always smart to take your old refrigerator out of when you replace it, take it out of your kitchen and don't throw it away. Put it in your garage and you can store beer in it. And then at least you'll have a working, functional, operating refrigerator for when your new high-tech replacement refrigerators quits working, which will be, within the year. And meanwhile, the old 1982 fridge is still rocking along. Yeah, all this new tech gadgets, I'm just over it. Being able to turn on your washing machine with your phone remotely. Just give me an appliance. It just has a dial. I turn the dial, heavy wash, and I turn it on. On, off is the only buttons I need. Sean Berry, Cowboy State Daily White House correspondent, writes a story. Hageman and Trump blast the United Nations over climate change lunacy. Their words, their term. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman joined President Donald Trump Tuesday bashing the United Nations over climate change policies, calling them extreme overreach. Hageman says she has the duty to defend America's independence against climate lunacy, as she put it. Speaking at the UN General Assembly in New York, Trump levied wide-ranging criticism of the international governmental organization, the United Nations, called the climate change the greatest con job ever perpetrated. Of course, United Nations concerned over global warming, climate change, and believing that the burning of fossil fuels contributes to that. The United Nations also responsible for levying fines and other things on countries that don't adhere to clean air policies. But that's got President Trump and Representative Harriet Hageman upset. For Hageman, obviously, Wyoming likes to burn some coal, oil, gas. And the tying that to an increase in climate change, at least for Congresswoman Hageman, is lunacy and certainly counterproductive for Wyoming. Also in the White House vein of things, David Madison's story about a former Trump White House energy official joining the private sector is interesting news. Joe Stopper started his first day on the job at Ramaco this past Monday. He's taken a job with Ramaco Resources, and he'll be able to bring to that company a unique perspective from his front row seat in the Trump administration. Donald Trump, of course, pushing for more domestic critical minerals production, rare earths that don't derive from Russia. That's a big thing. And as senior director for the White House National Energy Dominance Council and as senior advisor to Interior Secretary Doug Burgum during the first 6 months of the Trump administration, Joe Stopper can bring unique perspective about what the White House is thinking, what D.C. is thinking. Asked whether Wyoming and rare earths ever come up at White House conversations, Stopper was emphatic. He said, absolutely. And so did Ramaco. Joe Stopper now takes a job with Ramaco. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. A story from David Madison. Well, that'll do it for us for this Wednesday. We'll be back same time tomorrow. Enjoy your day, and thanks for spending your morning with us, Cowboy State Daily.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.